combustible, is controversial, something that sort of divides people by race or color or creed or age or sexual orientation. There are these various views which clash. And this is America. We don't have to agree on everything. Matter of fact, our country was founded on discourse. And we should have differences of opinion. And in the end, the point I'm going to make is we needed to have a trial, although I thought it was a waste of time, actually, and money, but sometimes justice costs money. And we're going to have subsequent responses, and we're having protests in the street. So far, thank God, peacefully. And we need to have that. That's part of what it is. That's how we express ourselves. So today, rather than take one particular view on either side of the case, I'm going to try to see it from a lot of different viewpoints and share with you a few thoughts. And again, I'm a lawyer. I can't give you the insight to everything that happened during the trial. I know it captivated America much more than I thought it would, because it is a classic case that will go down in the record books and will go in the law books as something that will be studied forevermore in terms of if there is a stand your trial, which by the way this was not, but if it was, and in really basically self-defense, if that's what you want to look at it as. Anyway, the point is, I'm going to get to these in just a second, but I want to get to all of that, and this is a day for Dr. Buddy, and Dr. Buddy's theme today is how long can true love last, and what is it, and how do you know when you're really in love with somebody? Also, I heard a really good message yesterday, which I think was very timely. I'll share with you about forgiveness. Forgiveness in these hostile times. The message basically talks about what it is, and I love what the person said about when you exercise forgiveness, it's giving up the right to retaliate or strike back at somebody who was hurt or injured you. It's a tough one for a lot of people, but that is what forgiveness is. And then today I want to talk a little about saying goodbye to Bernard Watts, my former boss at Star Banner, who will be laid to rest tomorrow. I'll be attending his funeral. And in sports today, not good news for Johnny Manziel. Kicked out, apparently, as we're hearing of the Manning Passing Academy. I talked to John Brantley today. He was there. I gave you what he said, but just not much because he didn't have that to say about it. And then I guess I've been stirring the pot a little bit with my story of the weekend, which I worked on about Urban Meyer and Alex Hernandez. And a few Aaron Hernandez. I mean, Aaron Hernandez. I'm sorry. And the bottom line is that a lot of people have a lot of things to say. I got lots of messages from folks who read the story. I've got Mark Daniels on today from the Beat of Sports. Beat of Sports on 740 the team, and he's going to weigh in and get his opinion about the Meyer Hernandez issue. And over the weekend, no hitter. Friends be along to talk about Gator football as we gear up for that. And I'm loaded with factoids today, tons of them. Tom Smith joins me here on the program. We've got a brand new driver, Austin, on the board today.
Has anybody, the George Zimmerman conversation is a conversation I know we need to have, and I look forward to Dr. Buddy. But the thing I'm most looking forward to, has anybody beat you up over your blog that you wrote this weekend on Urban Meyer?
Well, it's a little more of a blog because it's 2,700 words.
Yeah, it was. I read it. I read it on my phone, literally.
Wow, it's a lot.
I pulled over. I was driving down the boulevard, and I pulled over into the parking lot of the Staples parking lot, so I could read the entire thing.
Wow, that's impressive that you would commit that to it. So, thanks to the rest of you again.
What's true love? Anything, Miss Johnny?
There you go.
There you go.
True love just walked.
Like, that's why she should be here, not Dr. Buddy.
Yeah.
But I read the entire. I guess the article was really what it was.
Yeah, it was just a long piece that I wrote just because I felt like I had to, I wanted to, and I spent, as you know, about a week, 10 days putting it together, and I finally posted it over the weekend, and I was on a show before I came over here. David Moulton and Mark Miller, friends of Tom James,
right?
And I did they asked me some questions about it, and a lot of hard questions. Excuse me, and I'm open for that, and I'll explain the sports hour, but my purpose here was not to become a real Myers mouthpiece or try to, but just to write the truth as I felt like I knew it. 22 or 3 or 4 written responses from it, and I'd say 19 of them are favorable, but 5 of them are pretty tough.
Well, and I ask you this in the sports hour because they're acting like Urban Meyer knew that Aaron Hernandez would one day be charged with murder and hit him or something.
Right.
So when it's the sports hour, I might ask you about another famous coach, and was he harboring a criminal?
Made a good point. So that's what it was, and I won't dominate with it, but yeah, that was what I worked on.
It was a very good article. I know you don't like when people pat you on the back and everything, and I'm not patting you on the back, but it was a very good article about an insight that very few people had inside the program.
Well, thank you. We'll see how it weighs out, but you know what? It had to be said, and that's it now. I'm ready.
Well, you have an insight that's not. I mean, you can count on your single hand how many people had the insight you had for a year. You were, for all intents and purposes, like a war correspondent. You were embedded in the program for a year.
Well, I'm going to say this, and I'm not going to say anything else about it. Is that I thought about this, and if there was a trial tomorrow about what happened in Gainesville when Urban Meyer was there with Aaron Hernandez, and they needed someone to testify, I think I would be as qualified or more qualified than many of the so-called experts who came into the George Zimmerman trial.
Well,
okay?
I don't know that you said a whole lot. I don't know that you said I don't know if that helps your qualifications out a whole lot.
So that's my take on it, and for better or worse, and so therefore my statement, my deposition is there. I've made that statement. So, all right. So stay tuned. When we come back, other news. Talk to you about something in the White House I really like today for a change. It involves Republican and Democrat, and we'll find out how our president reacted to the George Zimmerman verdict. A lot of people react to it. Also, I've got some perceptions and reality on the George Zimmerman trial. Dr. Buddy be along at 4:15, and of course, plenty of sports coming your way right here on the program. Stay tuned to the Voice of Ocala, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, WOCA, the source.
This reprise of Ask the Cops is proudly brought to you by Daniel L. Hyde, our attorney, fighting for accident victims justice since 1976.
Every once in a while, funeral procession and you see a police car is involved, what is the situation with that? Is there like a law if you know have a large procession that you have to have traffic control through the police departments, or and is there a fee that is charged, or just what is the policy on that?
We have a volunteer funeral service that we provide. So basically, we do most of them, if not all of them, just so that we keep everybody safe through the intersections.
That was a reprise of Ask the Cops, proudly brought to you by Daniel L. Hightower, attorney fighting for accident victims' justice since 1976, and can be heard the second and fourth Friday of every month on the Voice of Ocala.
Since 1976, Daniel L. Hightower, lawyer, has been fighting for accident victim justice in North Central Florida and statewide. He believes everyone in America should follow the rules, including the insurance companies. He and his firm have experience fighting for victims of personal injury, wrongful death, workers' compensation, and Social Security disability, as well as serving those in need of help with bankruptcy, simple wills, and estate plans. The mission at the law offices of Daniel L. Hightower, PA, is to represent the deserving clients and recover the tax and benefits that they are entitled to by law in a timely manner. In personal injury and workers' compensation cases, there are no fees or costs unless the recovery is made. The law office of Daniel L. Hightower is located at 7 East Spring Boulevard, Suite 300. For your free consultation, call 352-629-7777 or 1-888-LAW 1976 and visit danhightower.com for more information. Daniel L. Hightower, PA lawyer, fighting for accident victim justice, the proud sponsor of Ask the Cops. If you need a sign or banner for your yard or your business or your campaign, I'd recommend you go to Signs Unlimited at 318 South Magnolia in Ocala. Screen printing, embroidery, digital graphics. Do what I did when we needed signs for the Save the Marion Theater Group. Go see Vic Buttermore at Signs Unlimited if you want quality work with a fast turnaround from somebody who is deeply committed to his community and always ready to assist. There's a reason Vic's slogan is, it's our business to make your business better. Sign up for Signs Unlimited. Call 732-7341 today.
WOCA, keeping you in touch with Ocala. If you want to avoid getting ripped off and put more money in your pocket, then join me, Clark Howard, every weeknight at 6, right here on WOCA, The Source.
Hi, I'm Yvette, and I'm here to tell you a few things about ABC appliance, they will provide service on what they sell and any appliances that you own. ABC Frederick's Appliance is located in Bellevue, right over the railroad tracks. Call 352-629-5181. That's 352-629-5181. That's 352-629-5181. ABC Frederick's Appliance.
So what did you do with your weekend? Me? I was flying. Because I'm taking flying lessons from Ocala Aviation. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, hey, I'd like to give that a shot, but I'm not quite sure. Well, I've got the solution. It's called the Discovery Flight, and that's exactly what it is. It helps you discover the wonder of flying, and if it's for you, it's only $99, and it gives you the chance to learn a bit more about the airplane, and then actually go for a ride with the flight instructor and take control of the airplane. That's how I got started, and now I'm on my way to being a pilot. I know, scary thought, right? But the demand for qualified pilots is stronger than ever. And with the help of Ocala Aviation, you could make a career change and learn to be a commercial pilot. But it all starts with a discovery flight. So stop by the flight school, conveniently located at the Ocala Airport. Visit the website at ocalaaviation.com or call 861-7484. That's 861-7484. Ocala Aviation. Your adventure starts here.
Putting the local back into radio 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. WOCA News. Variety information now. Keep your arms and legs on the inside at all times.
Ocala Radio, WOCA.
This is Tom Schmidt, live at the WOCA studios with this news break brought to you by Gateway Bank. The Marion County Sheriff's Office is reporting that they received a call from law enforcement authorities in Oklahoma City informing them that a 53-year-old woman had confessed to them that she killed her boyfriend in Marion Oaks 3 weeks earlier. This murder had not been reported to local authorities, and nobody had discovered the man's body. The report identifies the woman as Kimberly Jean Collins. Collins called the Oklahoma City Police Department Saturday evening from a gas station to confess to killing of her boyfriend, Manuel Sonny Armorall. This news break was brought to you by Gateway Bank, your new old-fashioned bank. Join Buddy every Friday for Community Gazette Day at Gateway Bank.
Monday. You know, getting things fixed is always an issue. And
Pain in the neck.
if you're talking computers, you know, talking about technical stuff way over our heads, most of us over our heads anyway, but you know, these things are like, we rely on these things like they're tools of our trade. You know, we can't go without them. We have to.
It's a modern typewriter.
Imagine if we didn't have cell phones. How would we live? I mean, you know.
I have no idea.
And then my iPad, you know, I have used more and more lately. I've had it for a couple, 3 years. And what I've found, it's just more handy to carry it around. And
I got my Kindle right here next to me.
And I carry it usually over my Apple Mac, which is getting a little long in the tooth. So I've been using exclusively my iPad. I use it a lot at night time watching television, scanning over the surfing and that. But there's a tribute over here about you more surfing than that. But so yesterday I got my iPad. When I go to church now, I've even got to the point where I take it to church and put it and use it for, you know, looking up scriptures and things on the iPad, which a lot of people do. A lot of people use their. I was sitting across from Kevin Shealy yesterday, next aisle over, and he had his iPhone and he was reading the scriptures off his iPhone. So yesterday I'm getting out of the car, I'm walking up, and I have you see my iPad. It has a little like
Right.
face on it.
Yep.
And I'm walking along, and I step up on the curb, and somehow I slipped out of my hand, and it fell, and it hit. And I've dropped it probably, you know, 7, 8, 9 times. Never had a problem with it. And then I picked it up, and I saw the corner was dented, and I realized it hit smack dab on the corner, and the lower left half of my screen was shattered. And I thought, well, I can still use it. And I went in church, and we opened it up, and all of a sudden, if you run your finger over a shield that's got glass parts in it, you're going to have glass in your fingers. So I said, well, that's not a good idea. So I ditched that. and excuse me. So I thought, well, I got to get this thing fixed. Now, where would you go to find a screen for an iPad?
I would think AT&T, the AT&T store, because they sell iPads.
Well, this is an Apple, but you could get them if you want to drive in your car and you go to Orlando. And,
Apple store.
Yeah, but you know, when you got a one, you're using it all the time. A, you haven't got enough time to drive to Orlando. B, wait an hour to get in.
Surely Best Buy
I thought. The Geek Squad, right?
Well, they got you.
Yeah. No dice. Don't worry. Don't do it.
Really?
No. I said, where do you, anybody else? He said, I'm not, I don't think so.
Well, the AT&T store, they sell iPads and all that.
They don't
have
do
to do it.
repairs, apparently. I know. I mean, so I said, well, I'll do the old, I got my iPhone out and looked it up. Now, first of all, I researched to find out how much you think a screen, also how much you think it would be for a screen to fix on an iPad. What would be your guess, just off the top of your head? If you're having an iPad and you want to get your screen fixed, just off the top, you know what it costs.
I'd say about probably $80.
Wow.
Yeah, I
wish.
Well, my phone, I broke my phone face, and it was $80. So I would think probably $110, $120.
Remember, this is Apple we're talking about, okay?
Okay, $150.
Okay. I looked on the internet, and I looked at the Q&A. I went to Google, said, how do you get it fixed? They said, well, you got to ship it off or take it to somebody. And they said, the average price is around $250.
What?
That's what it said. The
To
average
get a
price,
screen.
yeah, said it was around $250. I thought, well, that's a little steep. The iPad costs around $575 or right at $600. It's about 3 years old. I'm thinking, I don't want to spend $200.
No, because you got the iPad. Which one do you have? You got
the one. I
you got the one, and you can find those all day on the internet for $299.
Well, I don't know if you used, you can get it.
Right, used.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm saying, what do I do? Well, I went back to the phone. I got on. I thought, where can I get one? And I saw this little paid ad, which, by the way, if you ever want to advertise something, this is a good way to advertise it. I saw a place here in town.
Not as good as advertising with WOCA.
Of course, that's immediate.
That's the best way to advertise.
But we don't fix computers.
No, we don't.
So we couldn't do much about that. So I thought, I actually got what do you do? I called. I thought, well, if they're not there, I'll leave a message, right?
Right.
No answer. So, well, okay, tomorrow morning I get up, and I'm thinking, maybe this is not going to work. Maybe the guy who was there was not there any longer, and whatever. So, about 9 o'clock this morning, I called, and the guy answered. He said, yeah, we fixed them. I said, you advertise the price on there. Is that price still good? He said, yes. How long? He said, about a day. So, right, where you located? I said, right there, Ocala School. So, I drove down there. I left the iPad. And I said, if you can fix this for the price that you quoted, I'll make sure and tell folks about it. $129.
Stop.
Yeah. So we'll see. I gave you the update when I get the iPad back, because if I'm definitely going to go back to the store.
So, I don't know the place. Right near,
I'll tell you about it tomorrow.
Okay.
When I get it back, and if you know me, I'll recommend it if it's good.
All right.
If it's not, I won't. So, I got.
I'm interested to see how that works out.
Got a good feeling about it. So anyway, that's
I got an old computer. If they do computer work, I got an old computer. I need work.
Well, guess what I got? 3 old computers, and one of them is dead. And it has a manuscript of an old work of mine that I can't get to.
That you want.
I want. And so I went down to one store and said, we'll restore it for $200. I said, here's the problem. It's not just getting the hard drive. I have to get what's on the hard drive.
Right.
And if I put in a new Word program, it wipes it clean.
Certainly.
So I can't have that. So anyway, I'll let you know about that. Meanwhile, the news of the day is, of course, George Zimmerman. I'm going to give you some thoughts about that, and we can go around. And here's the thing about this: you will get an opinion. All you have to say is George Zimmerman or Trayvon Martin, either one, and you will have people coming at you from 5 different directions. It's what we do. Everybody's got an opinion, and my favorite post over the weekend was, whatever your view is on the George Zimmerman trial, I disagree with it. That's about it. Seems like. So, here's a couple of things I'm going to just throw out. I've got actually, I'll just go ahead with it right now. All right. This is the perception and reality of the George Zimmerman trial. Here are the questions being asked, and these are the different views. Okay. Number 1. Racial profiling and persecution. That's for some people what it was all about. Was he targeted prey? Was it discrimination against him because he was black? That certainly is a point of view, and I could totally understand if it is, especially if I'm African American, because everybody comes with a different background. And we've seen all the protests going on now around the country. We see the NAACP meeting and talking about it. We heard the Department of Justice possibly might pursue this. On the other hand, they're saying, well, there's not a whole lot of evidence here, you know? So that's one part of it. that is the prevailing theme by a lot of people, and that's probably the one that's got people in the streets in San Francisco and then out in New York and other cities around the country. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with them peacefully demonstrating. This is America. It's what we do, you know. It's certainly a little more worthy cause than Occupy Wall Street, but in my opinion, that's predictable. What I'm really happy about is that we haven't had, knock on wood, any explosion of violence in Sanford, Orlando, ever. That's what we don't need. So that's one. Racial profiling and persecution. It's a tough one to sort out because you say, well, the evidence showed that there was a burglary in the community, in the neighborhood, and there was a African American male, you know, and so you say, is that profiling or is that using available data to put for as a warning signal? But where you come from. Now, here's another viewpoint. Stand your ground. I told some people last night that the author of that was Dennis back from Ocala. They said, what? No kidding. I said, yeah, he was the author of it. Had him on the program. The question simply is, was George Zimmerman legally defending himself, standing his ground against an attack? We know about the head injuries and all that sort of stuff. Or was he pursuing Trayvon Martin? And the stand your ground law never did come into play here. I'm told, by the way, here on television, commentators, that still may happen because there's another trial on stand your ground, and George Zimmerman is found not guilty, and they invoke the stand your ground law, then they can't sue him on a civil suit. That negates the civil suit. So that's kind of interesting. Okay, I mentioned this before. Here's another perspective. The intruder. Can you be an intruder in your own neighborhood? Even though Trayvon Martin apparently, they show now, they said they couldn't put this on the trial, wasn't admissible evidence. He was smoking pot, possibly stone, wandering around somewhat aimlessly for 45 minutes. Was he suspicious? Well, you know, I I said, perhaps some people thought he was because he fit the so-called profile. He was acting kind of odd, and therefore a reason to be suspicious, perhaps, and react. Now, how Zimmerman reacted is a whole other matter. It was never proven that he stalked him or whatever, but the bottom line is we'll never know because there wasn't enough evidence. Here's a big one. Gun control. Those two hated words. But you must ask the question. Did the fact that Zimmerman was armed with a weapon result in a different outcome than if he hadn't been? I don't mean would he have been killed. I mean, would there have been a fight and would Trayvon Martin still be alive? It's a question of, without the weapon, what does it become? You have no real issues of standing your ground at that point in time. And by the way, there's no question that weapon played changed the whole atmosphere of the situation. Okay, here's one that I mentioned the other day. Was this a frivolous trial? Did there really need to be a trial when they overcharged? They definitely overcharged him, by the way. There were way too many charges. They should have gone in with the idea of self-defense rather than with a manslaughter charge right off the bat. Instead, they try to change it, reduce it to that later. But was there a need for this trial? It was very costly, and it cost money, and in the end, we all could predict it. We all see it. We all knew that he was not going to be guilty. We all predicted it on the show, and everybody did. But was justice done, and what is the cost of justice? And so whatever it costs, one thing it did do is by having a trial, perhaps it's somewhat diffused civil unrest to come. If there had been no trial, I'm certain there would have been some kind of riots over this thing. And the fact is, they had the trial, whether you agree or disagree with it, how the state handled it. The fact is, they had a trial, and everybody had their chance for the so-called day in court. So that was done. Was justice done? Well, if we're talking about George Zimmerman, you'd probably say yes. So the victim, many people, and most of them African American, would say probably no. So there are your different viewpoints. That's why we can't agree on this, because there's so many perspectives. Again, racial persecution and prejudice. That's one. Stand your ground. Intruder. Was Trayvon Martin the intruder? Is it a gun control issue? Again, one more guy with a gun led to the death of somebody. Was it a frivolous lawsuit? And did the state overcharge George Zimmerman? And finally was justice done? Some say yes, some will say no. That's my take on it, Tom.
And I understand everything you're saying there, and as you say, those are all viewpoints. I come down on some. I agree with some of those viewpoints and disagree, and that's the crux of your argument here. Is it such a this incident, this tragedy, and let's be honest, whether you think George Zimmerman was not guilty or was guilty, get around the fact this was still a tragic death of a youth. Okay? Even I, who think that stand your ground, which wasn't applied here, self-defense, I think the outcome was correct. The fact of the matter is a human life was still taken. And none of us were there. We don't know what happened that night, what transpired. But I can't argue with you with the fact that if a gun hadn't been there, would the outcome have been different? I'm not prepared to say. I'm not real sure George Zimmerman didn't find bravery in the fact that he had a gun on his side.
You'll never know.
You'll never know. Now, so that leads to the question of we need to start looking into, and I know Florida just passed some legislation to do this. This, to me, isn't an issue. It's not so much the issue of a racial crime and everything. To me, the Homeowners Association has skated on this whole thing, although they may be sued civilly. What Homeowners Association okays a white person to be armed? Even if he has, it's his right to bear arms. I have no problem with that. It's his right to defend himself. I think he did defend himself. I think the prosecutor, the defense attorney, did a great thing when he said, "I'm tired of hearing people say Trayvon Martin was unarmed, and he put a piece of concrete down and said that it was his weapon. I get all that, but the fact of the matter is, Greg Graham and his police force can carry guns on their side patrolling streets. What gave this homeowners association? And that's who George Zimmerman was found not guilty, and I believe that's the right outcome. But when is somebody going to ask what kind of homeowners association? When is the homeowners association going to have to answer to their culpability in all of this?
Well, so the fact, I'm going to get back to the point you made, and I think it's a very good one. Without the gun, well, there's been as much bravado on the part of Zimmerman, because would he have in fact gotten out of the car and approached Trayvon Martin and said something if he didn't have that gun? So there is a false sense of bravado in some of our people packing guns. I think that's the other thing, is that whether or not, if he had that gun and didn't have that gun, would he done the same thing? So there are many other issues here, and again, there's always, when a young person gets killed, and to our knowledge, he committed no crime. He was an innocent person. So an innocent boy was killed. Now, you can make whatever case you want to.
Now, some would say that he didn't commit the crime of assault and died in the commission of that crime.
Well, perhaps that could be, but then again, you have to go back and say who approached to. So that's what we don't know.
And that's what we do. That's the point you're making. Because of the situation, you can sit here and we can sit here and go round and round in circles and beat the proverbial horse till it couldn't run anymore. Because it's a circular thing. Well, this happened because of this happened, and this happened because of this happened. The fact of the matter is, there's a young man dead, another young man, let's not forget, there's another young man whose life is permanently altered. In George Zimmerman.
Basically, he's basically in purgatory for the rest of his life.
For the rest of his life. This is two families that, for the most part, have had their lives ruined.
And why? What was Trayvon Martin doing there, although he had every right to be there? But B, why did George Zimmerman approach him? And that was
and George Zimmerman and people that protect, that are defending him will say, because there have been burglaries recently, and it was an African American youth that they thought was doing it, and he matched the description.
So, which is all the more reason why, if you're a homeowner in your neighborhood, you don't go packing heat around your neighborhood and ask people what they're doing with a gun in your hand.
Well, what does Greg Graham say to do? If you see something
Call the
suspicious, call the police.
Call the police. He's not the police.
And he did call the police.
And
then didn't listen to him.
Yeah.
I don't think, I just believe the way that the laws are written in Florida, George Zimmerman was not guilty. Does that mean George Zimmerman would be in prison right now, ladies and gentlemen, if he was in the state of Georgia? Let's clear it. The only state of Florida and a few other states are the only states where George Zimmerman doesn't go to jail for that. Let's not forget that.
And that's what African Americans are upset about. Because any place else he'd have been in jail.
And he would have been.
But again, it's the motivation for being there. It's just so many questions, unanswered questions. Here's the key. No matter what did happen, they couldn't produce the evidence to show that it was an assault. It couldn't be produced. They can take it to the next level. They take it to the Supreme Court. The fact is, the evidence was never produced beyond a reasonable doubt.
And by the way, if George Zimmerman had originally been charged with murder, and the police had said it wasn't self-defense, that it was murder, I'm not real sure that George Zimmerman's people could have showed me that George Zimmerman was defending himself, because he followed the guy, he didn't listen to the cops by not getting out of his car. So it's kind of like that, you know, we're sports guys, kind of like that. I'm not real sure under review it would have been reversed if it would have been the other way either.
Could have been. It could have gone either way, but really once they got into it, they found out the state really had such a weak case. It just couldn't go forward. There wasn't enough evidence to be able to make it happen. We all knew that he was not going to be found guilty, but the trial, as I said, had to take place. They had to have their day in court, and they've had it, and it's over in terms of the legal issue, round one. It is not over, however. And it will be going for a while. Stay tuned to Voice of Ocala right here on 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, WOCA, the source.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And so is State Farm agent Angie Lewis, working hard to serve her community to help you as you adjust your insurance needs to your life. From everything to helping educate your teen driver to protecting your family against everyday risk. She wants to change the way you perceive insurance by developing your relationships with their clients, which is why Angie and her staff are proud to be a part of so many good causes in Ocala. In turn, she has chosen to single out those who step up as leaders. Each month on the Voice of Ocala, Angie spotlights a good neighbor, saluting those who exceptional service or do random acts of kindness to others. For this, Angie was written up in State Farm's National Magazine. Angie also supports local businesses with a regular Biz Buzz. The Angela State Farm Agency is located at 1122 Northeast 36th Avenue, where visitors are always welcome and the coffee is always on. Call your good neighbors State Farm Agency today, Angie Lewis, at 294-2444.
July is the busiest vacation month of the year, so it's the slowest month in the car business. Our dealership is empty, and it's bumming me out.
This is Chris Spears from Prestige Auto Sales. Here's my plan to have a no-bummer summer. Trading your bummer of a clunker today, and I'll give you top dollar for your trade-in.
Don't waste your summer in a car that's a bummer.
Get top dollar for your old car today.
Are you bummed out over bad credit? Don't be. Our for the people credit approval process wants to turn your frown upside down and help you get approved for a nicer, newer car. Don't waste your summer in a car that's a bummer.
Kick your old car to the curb once and for all and get top dollar for your trade-in, regardless of the age, mileage, or condition.
Hurry! This deal ends when we've helped 47 people get a nicer, newer ride.
I'm Chris Spears, and I'm a dealer for the people.
Visit us at Prestige Auto Sales online at prestigeforyou.com or call 694-1234. See you at Prestige.
On the next day, I'm Ocala Live. Robin and I will be speaking to Patricia McLaughlin. She's the Associate Vice President of Communications Legacy for the Truth Campaign.
Open for debate, where both sides of an issue will be debated.
And then Mitchell Carpaccio will be speaking to us, professor at Simpson College in Iowa. He's written a book called The Virtues We Need to Get Life Lessons from the Great Books of the West.
And then have all of your gardening questions answered by Master Gardener Caroline Baldwin on You've Got a Garden.
And then when our homes are damaged by wind, rain, or anything else, we call damage control services, and Joe Ragel, he comes on the air each Tuesday to explain how he does what he does when our homes are damaged.
And then the Incredible Hulk, Lou Ferrigno, will be on
it's Fun with Joe, all on the next day in Ocala Live, right here on the source, WOCA 96.3 FM.
1370 AM.
Programming support for veteran news is brought to you in part by St. Leo University's Ocala Center. Claim your future with a highly respected degree from St. Leo University. This year, St. Leo University proudly celebrates 40 years of educating military students and their families. St. Leo University's Ocala Center offers flexible bachelor's and master's degree programs designed for working adults. Classes are forming now. You can learn more about Leo University's convenient degree programs offered in Ocala, Lecanto, and Lake Center by visiting stleo.edu/Ocala.
Hi, folks. I'm Seth McBride with Pasture Sports. Here today to tell you about our annual early buy school uniform sale, calling all students and parents. Now is the time to buy your school uniforms from Pasture Sports. Buy now, save huge for next year. Come on down to Pasture Sports for the only big school uniform sale of the year. Located on Highway 200 across from Ocala, Pasture Sports, your uniform experts.
Hi, I'm Russ with Climate Control Mechanical Services, and I want to invite you to tune in every Thursday at 10:30 a.m. to listen for tips and answers to the many questions you may have about your air conditioning and heating for your home or business. The Climate Control Show, every Thursday at 10:30 a.m. right here on WOCA 1370 a.m. and 96.3 FM, the source.
Talking about and people try to get in. We're sorry, Jim, if you're listening, you want to give us a quick call. We don't mean to shut
Take Jim's call now.
We don't really mean to shut people out.
Well, I just wouldn't shut up. That was the problem.
Well, that's the problem we all have, including myself. Not shutting up. So the number of the WOCA Climate Control Source Hotline is 622-9622, and I'll take your calls on this subject or others if you like. And I know people want to express themselves, and that's what this show's for. So if you'd like to give us a call, that's the number. Again, 622-9622. And we'll be glad to do it. And while we're waiting on that, I'm just going to say I was glad to see this today. Watching TV, Bush, 41 today in the White House. Guests of Barack Obama being recognized for the awarding of his 5,000th point of light honor. And this is what Americans love. We love to see people coming together, regardless of color, race, or political party, for the betterment of our country. Well, Barack Obama, George Bush together, celebrating volunteerism in the White House. Let's go to the telephone lines and talk to Jim, I believe it is next. Hi, Jim. How are you?
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Good. Tom says hi. He just stepped away.
Don't worry about it. I'm thinking about it, guy.
It's all right.
Hey, you know, you were talking about Zimmerman and him carrying a gun in the neighborhood watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. The neighborhood watch rule stated you're not supposed to be armed. However, he also has the First Amendment right, or Second Amendment right to bear arms.
Right.
So I'm wondering how they're going to do that. I mean, that's my only point. Because I'm wondering how what's going to come out of that one.
Well, nothing to come out.
Do that he shouldn't have been armed for the civil suit.
What do you mean in a civil suit? Well, there's a whole different thing now. They say the standards are lower for evidence.
Yeah,
so there's all kind of, and actually things like the fact that apparently Trayvon Martin was owned, which they could not put in there in the other trial, that will come out.
Well, not until the one medical examiner brought it up, and it did evidence.
Correct, but now the civil suit things is lower standard for evidence.
And it's preponderance evidence.
It's a whole bunch. And there's also, I heard the prosecutor say that they could prove that Zimmerman lied numerous times. They're not allowed to introduce the evidence to prove that.
You know what? There's only two people who know. Only one of them.
That's exactly right, Jim. That's what it is.
I mean, I don't know. I think by law they did what they should have done. I mean, in finding him not guilty.
Yeah, I agree.
But morally, it might be a different story.
True.
I'll talk to you later. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, that's the thing that we don't talk about much. That's the moral aspect of the things that life is taken. And and on the other hand, if you're a George Zimmerman supporter, you think, well,
his life could have been
killed too. So, I mean, that's why there's no answer to this.
No, it's an ongoing, just roundabout circle. You know, people are calling now for George Zimmerman to be federally. And experts are saying the justice officials might have a tough time doing that because
not enough evidence.
Well, they'd have to prove that what George Zimmerman did was motivated by racial animosity.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they can prove that. And, you know,
yeah.
I know people on the Trayvon Martin side of this think justice was not done, and so they want more done to try to get justice.
Yeah.
But eventually you have to realize that under the laws that this was done under, no crime was committed, and we have to move on.
Okay. We'll take a break, come back, we'll see if we can change the discussion somewhat, and more coming your way, give you a chance to call.
Austin's doing a pretty good job, by the way.
Austin does a great job. So if you want to call us again, number on the WOCA Climate Control Source Hotline, 622-9622. We want to have your views, and hopefully they're going to be sane views and not crazy. If you think justice was served or not.
Well, we got enough crazy with me sitting here.
We'll give them a shot. If they want to call it not, we'll go ahead with the programs right here on the Voice of Ocala.
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The source.
Hi, this is Lisa Midget, owner of Kinetic Motion Fitness here in Ocala, Florida. A lot of you have experienced our great classes in personal small group training, but did you know we now offer dynamic workouts on DVD? These high-quality, locally produced, effective DVD workouts can go where you go. Going on vacation? No problem. We can go with you. Friends and relatives out of town who are jealous that you get to go to KMF? No problem. We ship anywhere in the United States for free. Our great lineup of 4 DVDs includes Kinetic Achieve, Kinetic Couples, Kinetic Core, and Kinetic Campus. 4 great workouts for the entire family on DVD. Sound interesting? Check them out on our website at kmfocala.com. While you're there, check out our class schedule and come see us. We're only 5 minutes from downtown across from the Skylark Plaza. Visit kmfocala.com and like us on Facebook. KMF will get you results at our studio or at home with one of our DVDs. Kinetic Motion Fitness. We're ready when you are. Visit kmfocala.com for more information.
Hello, I'm Dawn Lovell, lead event designer and owner at Party Time Rentals. Have you ever wondered what it takes to make an event spectacular? Well, look no further. It's what we do you're hosting an intimate dinner for 10 or a gala for thousands, at Party Time Rentals, we find just the right style and elegance to make your event a success. Our extensive inventory, the finest in chandeliers, tents, crystal, china, and specialty items, is featured in our fabulous showroom. Stop by and say hello. It's a great way to get ideas for an event and experience for yourself. You can make your party time special.
Party Time Rentals, located Southwest 10th Street, just off Route 200 in Ocala, and off Southwest 34th Street in Gainesville. For more information, call 352-629-8858. That's 352-629-8858. The party begins at party time.
Phoenix Promotional Solutions, your company supplier of banners, digital decals, yard signs, and magnetic signs. Where you give them approved artwork by noon, the next day by 4 p.m. You pick up your banners, digital decals, yard signs, and magnetic signs. Phoenix Promotional Solutions, 368-2404. That's 368-2404. Don't forget to vehicle wraps also. Phoenix Promotional Solutions, 368-2404. Hurricane season is upon us. WOCA and Sunbelt Rentals want you to be prepared. Sunbelt Rentals has the to help, like air nailers, aerial lifts, chainsaws, chippers, and stone graders. They have light towers, skid steer loaders, and generators, just to name a few. Sometimes you might need a little help cleaning up afterwards. Sunbelt has the equipment you need, like dehumidifiers, pumps, sewer snakes, wet dry floor dryers, carpet equipment, and more. And right now is the time to get it with 2 special offers just for WOCA listeners. If you rent Friday after 3 p.m. and return it Monday before 9 a.m., you will only be charged for 1 day. Plus, just by mentioning WOCA, you get 25% off your rental. You heard right, not 5 or 10, but 25% off your rental, just by mentioning that you heard it here on WOCA. But you better hurry. This is a limited time offer. Visit Sunbelt today, Highway 27, just half mile east of I-75. Give them a call, 369-9101, or visit them on the web, sunbelt.com.
Habitat for Humanity of Marion County is a ministry dedicated to improving lives by providing affordable and decent housing. Help them help others by visiting the Habitat for Humanity Ocala home store on Northwest 27th Avenue schedule a donation, give them a call, and they'll come and pick it up. For more information, visit habitatocala.org. Habitat for Humanity of Marion County, building homes, building hope, building community.
Yeah, I hope you had a good week. And I covered the things that I ran into in the weekend. And I'm going to share a little bit with you. One is that my best friend from Atlanta was here. And we go way back to high school. We're talking about true loves of your life. Who is your true love of your life? And then we asked the question is, what is it? How do you describe what love really is? Because JJ always says he's never been in love before. And so I think Dr. Buddy today will talk about what is true love and how you know what it is and how you feel. And then the other thing is there's this notion that you can be in love forever, and the notion that it can be over in 4 to 6 years. And the average lifespan of a love, according to research, is somewhere between 3 and 5 years. But there are many cases of love relationships lasting forever, a long time. So we'll talk about that, talk about some of the experts, what they said. Dr. Buddy is talking about love today. So we'll get to that segment. We'll do. Also, I'm loaded with factoids today. I got a ton of factoids. I've been collecting for days. And I may end up sharing a few with you now before the break, and a few more in the second hour after Dr. Buddy, because there's so many. I've gotten it where I love these. I am so in love with Twitter. I keep telling my wife, you got to get your account worked out on Twitter. And I now follow 2,000 people, and I get about 800 people following me. I don't have much to say, but it's fascinating because you get to hear from the people you care about, and then if you get somebody you don't like, you drop them, and then you begin to get and you can get I can turn on Twitter and I can tell you within 10 to 15 minutes what's going on in my world, whether it's sports or media, whatever it may be. And I like that. And if I want to know more, I can go read on the website, whatever. But I love Twitter. And Tom started it a long time ago and then stopped it and then started it back when we were over at the other station and got you involved in Twitter, and now I find it to be very refreshing because so many people have Twitter accounts.
Well, yeah, and I absolutely like just now. You caught me reading Twitter, and I couldn't figure out what I was trying to talk about. So,
well, you do that sometimes. And also, I'm
infatuated with Twitter.
Because I mentioned this earlier, I want to follow up on it. I thought to myself, if you went to church yesterday or wherever or temple over the weekend or whatever, but what's the message you'd like to most hear about? At a time like this in our country, we need to hear the right kind of message. I thought the president did okay today on his comments. I thought they were all right about Trayvon Martin. I mean, he said the death of Trayvon Martin was a tragedy, not just for his family or anyone in our country, our community, but America. I know this case has been elicited. This case has elicited strong passions in the wake of the verdict. I know those passions may be running even higher, but we are a nation of laws, and the jury has spoken. I think that's right on. I now ask every American to respect the call for a calm reflection from two parents who have lost their son. And as we do, we should ask ourselves if we're doing all we can to widen the circle of compassion and understanding in our own communities. We should ask ourselves if we're doing all we can to stem the tide of gun violence that claims too many lives in our country on a daily basis, and we should ask ourselves as individuals, as a society, how we can prevent future tragedies like this. So I thought that was well said by the president. And yesterday in church, I was able to, I don't know how much time to talk about this. I heard a terrific sermon by Mark about forgiveness. And I haven't got time to share with you now, but boy, I tell you, it resonated with me. And forgiveness in every part of our lives. It's something that's incumbent upon us, because if we have been forgiven, as our faith tells us that we have an obligation to forgive other people. And forgiveness means foregoing your right to retaliate against someone who has hurt you. Giving up the right to go back and hurt them. It was really good. Mark Cummins. Good job by Mark Cummins. Coming up next, we'll review the latest news. Talk about what's happening in the world of Trayvon Martin, and
FM. WOCA, the source. Dry, itchy, scaly skin. Do you have psoriasis? Consider joining our research study. Rendstar Medical Research in Ocala is conducting a research study evaluating the effectiveness of investigational combination of two study medications for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. You may qualify if you're between the ages of 18 and 75 and have been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis for at least 6 months. For more information, please call Rendstar Ocala at 352-629-5800. Qualified participants may receive study-related medical care and study medication. Compensation for time and travel may also be provided. To find out more information about this psoriasis study, please call Rendstar Medical Research at 352-629-5800. That's 352-629-5800. Rendstar Medical Research, seeking tomorrow's answers to the health questions of today.
Hi, this is Buddy Martin. I want to tell you about a conversation I had recently with General Manager Pat Murray on the great family atmosphere at Country Club of Ocala.
It's a family first club. Again, we have any number of different types of memberships, but obviously the one that attracts the greatest level of interest is our family. And the reason for that is we have a little something for everybody. I mean, we obviously have a world-class golf course. We have 7 tennis courts here for all levels of tennis players. We have a junior Olympic-sized swimming pool. We have a fitness center that's second to none. We have state-of-the-art equipment in our fitness center.
Country Club of Ocala, where the facilities are all family would ever need. For more information, call today at 352-237-6644. That's 352-237-6644. Country Club of Ocala, proud sponsor of Monday's Gator Report and Gator Talk Thursday right here on the Source.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram, CEO of Gateway Bank, inviting you to drop by our main office on Silver Spring Boulevard every Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. for the Community Gazette, a 3-hour show focusing on our favorite community to live and work, Ocala, Marion County. Come join us with the voice of Ocala studio as we discuss a variety of interesting topics on the Community Gazette on WOCA, The Source.
May not have the kind of winters they have up north, but Florida weather can be still pretty rough on your ride. And Ford Lincoln of Ocala wants to save you money and time during the Restore Your Ride service event. Right now, you can drive into Ford Lincoln of Ocala, receive a free brake inspection, and if it's determined you need brake work, you can receive up to a $50 rebate on any motorcraft brake service when you use your Ford service credit card. And if it's tires you need, Ford Lincoln of Ocala's completely satisfied service center can hook you up with up to $120 in rebates on any of the top brands backed by their low price tire guarantee. So stop chasing all over town for this service and that service. Get it all done right, the right way at the right place at Ford Lincoln of Ocala during their Restore Your Ride event. There's also great savings on motorcraft batteries, wiper blades. You know, my dad used to say, don't wait till it's too late. Get it done now. Visit Ford Lincoln of Ocala's completely satisfied service center, open Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 6, and Saturdays till 5.
What you may have missed on the John Tesh radio show.
Schedule one night apart each week if you can. A game of pool for you, dinner with friends for her. It will prevent your home from becoming a relationship pressure cooker. Instead of telling the car dealer how much you're willing to pay or what your ballpark is, have them throw out the first number. Ask them to give you their best price. Drinking 3 cups of coffee a day, we know can reduce your odds of developing dementia by 65%.
Intelligence for your life on the John Tesh radio show. Don't miss this stuff.
Hi, I'm Yvette, and I'm here to tell you a few things about ABC Frederick's Appliance. They sell not only new, but used guaranteed appliances. When you call ABC Frederick's Appliance, they will provide service on what they sell and any appliances that you own. ABC Frederick's Appliance is located in Bellevue, right over the railroad tracks. Call 352-629-5181. That's 352-629-5181. That's 352-629-5181. ABC Frederick's Appliance.
Stay informed on everything going on in the villages with the Village Spectator newspaper. The Village Spectator is exclusively devoted to the villages with news, commentary, and more. And yes, they have Tom's Picks, a free referral for people who are looking for a company to do work for them. Tom's Picks will refer the company that fits your needs, and all we ask is that you tell them the way you heard about them.
804-1223 and pick up your copy of the Village Spectator today. Now read Ocala downtown newspaper online.
You're listening to WOCA News Talk 1370, Ocala's source for what's happening in today's hottest, up-to-date news and topics.
ABC News Now. I'm Joan Bennett. Attorney General Eric Holder calls the killing of Trayvon Martin a tragic, unnecessary shooting. In his first comments since the acquittal of George Zimmerman, Holder says the 17-year-old's death provides the opportunity for the nation to speak honestly about complicated and emotionally charged issues. San Diego's Mayor Bob Filner says he won't resign despite sexual harassment allegations against him, brought to the surface last week by former city councilwoman Donna Fry. Today she called him unsafe. A doctor treating a 6-year-old Illinois boy who was buried under sand for more than 3 hours Friday at the Indiana Dunes National Park is expected to make a full neurological recovery. Federal safety regulators investigating more than 200,000 Mercedes C-Class cars because tail lights can fail and even catch fire. They're 2008 and 2000 model years. This is ABC News.
Hey, it's everyone's favorite meat game. Judy, spin the meat wheel. You landed on New York steak. Well, you can keep the steak or the New York pork chop. Way to go, Judy! You won delicious pork and great value.
Find affordable and swap-worthy pork recipes at porkinspired.com. Pork. Be inspired. This message funded by America's pork producers and the Pork Checkoff. And now here's traffic.
Streets are jammed. I've never seen anything like it.
Where do you suppose these drivers are going?
It looks like, yes, it's a BP station.
Drivers are excited about new BP driver rewards. When they sign up, they receive an instant 10 cents per gallon reward. With every second fill up, they keep earning and saving 5 cents per gallon. Pick up a BP driver rewards brochure at BP to join now. Up to 20 gallons. Terms and conditions apply. See BPDriverrewards.com for details.
I'm just sick of all the amateur stuff, you know? I mean, like, if I'm paying top dollar, I want a little production value, you know? Like some editing, transition, something, some music.
Don't worry. We didn't leave you.
Ocala.
You ever cross anything like time travel?
Come on. Stick around. It's free.
If you win, you win. If you lose, you still win.
Welcome back to the program called The Voice of Ocala. Glad to have you with us for hour two of the show. We got a little sports news, real breaking. I want to tell you about in a minute. We'll go back and review our comments earlier about the perception and reality of the George Zimmerman trial. We're not going to spend the whole program talking about it, but we are going to let you open the lines to you if you do want to call during any of our segments. And I'm going to talk about a program that I'm dearly looking forward to. One that I absolutely thrilled about last night.
Do I start it again?
No, I wish it had. And it's the newsroom, season 2. I'm thinking, man, this is going to be great. I even warmed up for it by watching a rerun. I thought, this is going to be great. Jeff Daniels, the whole gang there. And I tell you what, as one critic says, it was a strange beast. I mean, Aaron Sorkin, I love his writing. I had a hard time following the show last night. I was just thinking about that. That's one of the things that we'll discuss coming up in the next few minutes.
Did you hear about, and this broke Friday as we were going off the air, and we mentioned it briefly, but have you heard the fallout now over the San Francisco news broadcast? You're talking newsroom.
Yeah.
The news broadcast erroneously reported gimmick names, or
yeah. They gave what happened was an intern. This is endemic.
This is what the NTSB says happened.
Right. The point is that this is what's wrong with the news gathering organizations now, who are thin on personnel. Is that you don't have the time to fact check. You're subject to things like this. You're running on gas, on fumes. You're trying to do this with, and no offense to our intern, it's a great job, who's already here, but I dare say if Austin got a hold of a story and he was asked to report it like a veteran reporter, it would be a little difficult. Austin's smart, he's doing a good job for us, but let's be honest about it. News networks and who have big budgets and TV stations, they got to be more careful. And the reason they can't be more careful is they're using part-time or voluntary personnel to field information, and they got one wrong.
Well,
what you said, what happened, and I'm not going to repeat those names.
No, but what the basic of it is, San Francisco TV station used bogus and racially offensive names for the 4 pilots on the plane that crashed earlier this month in San Francisco. The anchor read the names on the air, then they went to break, then he came back and they apologized for reading the names because it was even accompanied by a graphic with the phony names listed alongside a photo of a burnt out plane and everything. Well, the national they've apologized. The National Transportation Safety Board has also apologized, saying a summer intern erroneously confirmed the names of the flight crew when the San Francisco station did call the NTSB, and the NTSB says an intern answering the phones took it upon themselves to.
So it was an intern at the NTSB and not the station?
Right, it was an intern at the NTSB who confirmed the names. No, the station called to get them confirmed.
Oh, they had the names of somebody else.
Right. They had the names of somebody else, but before they went on air, they called the NTSB to confirm. The NTSB confirmed them.
Because they got the same email.
Well, an intern at the NTSB confirmed.
Got the same
Probably.
Yeah.
And so, well, Asiana is going to sue KTVU TV to strongly respond to its racially discriminatory report.
I don't know the one in that case, but I can say this: it was a horrible mistake.
It was a terrible mistake, but in the TV station's defense, they called the NTSB,
right?
And somebody at the NTSB said, "Yep, that's the names."
Yeah, and there was nothing malicious about that, and the malice was done with the people who punked them. You know,
who will probably never be found.
No, they'll never find it. But if to a lot of people it was funny.
I saw no humor in it.
If you're Asian, it's not funny at all. I heard an Asian reporter talk today about that reporting on it. She was giving a very objective report, and she said the one name in particular that they used. She said I was called that on the school bus in second grade. You know that, so this not, it may be funny to other people. I know I have one friend who says it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard of. Yeah, it's funny, as long as it's not you.
I didn't think, and you know, usually I'm the one that thinks things are funny, and you have to rein me in. Nothing about that entire story did I find humorous. And I did stand-up comedy. I would like to think I may know what is sometimes what's funny and what's not funny.
Let's be careful here. Next thing I'll be using the word to describe you as enlightened, and that would not.
No, enlightened or liberal. Don't ever get those words.
Yeah, for sure. So,
I'm just saying.
let me just recap real quick what I said the first hour, and I won't go over detail, but about the perception and reality of the George Zimmerman trial. There's so many facets of it. Joe was in here earlier. We're talking about the case, about how you could get in any room. You could talk about this thing and get 6 different opinions, but there are different angles to come from, and one was racial persecution and prejudice, which, of course, is the issue with a lot of the black community. One is stand your ground law. Was everyone legally defending himself? One's who was the intruder, even though he was in his own neighborhood. Trayvon Martin was wandering around aimlessly, and now we're finding out he had been smoking marijuana, something that couldn't come out in the trial. The gun control issue, did Zimmerman get a little extra bravado by having a gun? And if he had not been armed with a gun, would the outcome have been different? The other is it was a somewhat frivolous trial. Did they really need to have this trial? If so, why? And the big one is justice. Was justice served? To the defendant, perhaps yes. The victim, a lot of people say no. And so we can't agree on it. Therefore, there's going to be varying opinions on everything. And we have to work our way through this. It's going to be a while. It's not going to go away, for sure. So, just want to share that with you.
Well, never mind. I'll wait.
Well, yeah, and let's just say we got a little breaking news on a NBA story.
Pretty good. One of JJ's favorite players. We got a breaking story. We'll tell you in sports about where he signed. He's changing the uniform. Buddy, I work for you. Is that a given? You're my.
I'd like
you don't like to use the word boss, but
yeah, I think you work with me.
But in the business world, you are at the top of the food chain of this agreement here.
I'd like to check.
Right. That. So, I would hope that in this day of technology, you wouldn't do this to me. But real quick, there's a Florida restaurant, Barducci's Italian Bistro in Winter Park, Florida, fired all its employees via text.
Wow. That's
cool. Said, we don't have the money to stay open. We're closing the doors. We'll try to work out when you get your final paychecks.
That's cool.
By a text.
That's cool.
Technology may have been used incorrectly right there.
Say so. That's a little rough. At least someone up, whatever it is, to say, hey, come in this talk, I'm sorry, we can't make it. You know,
the text message, the text message read, unfortunately, this is forces to close across Orlando every day, especially in the restaurant sector. I'm working to resolve issues, including final paychecks as quickly as possible. Sorry for the inconvenience.
good luck on the check. Yeah.
That's not even a good text when you're firing somebody.
Well, as we said, even Dr. Buddy, some people break up by text. By the way, dear, I don't love you anymore. You know, I'll see you later. You know?
I guess.
Yeah, so, speaking of Dr. Buddy, I've got some tweets and tips for keeping long-term love alive. You have a relationship, you like for that long-term love to last. It can happen. I've got a story here from Mary Wilson from Discovery Fit and Health about keeping long-term love alive, and also who is the love of your life? How do you know? What does it feel like when you're in love? JJ, who's not here today, says he's never been in love. I find that kind of unbelievable for a young man at 23. He's never been in love. I'm
in love almost every night.
Yeah,
and then the next morning, I'm not in love.
It's always with yourself. That's the problem. So all that coming up next on Dr. Buddy. Stay tuned. We'll have a little Barry White music, buddy, coming up next right here on the program. Call a voice. Ocala.
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The source. This reprise of Ask the Cops proudly brought to you by Daniel L. Hightower, attorney, fighting for accident victims' justice since 1976. Charges are filed by the state's attorney's office. Does the state's attorney's investigators pick up the investigation, or is it still an active police investigation?
No, I can tell you, our job doesn't end until conviction, and in most cases, it doesn't even end after conviction because of the appeals and stuff. We got a great working relationship with the state attorney's office here, as does the sheriff's office, and when they do file the case, they help us with investigators if they have them to give up. But for the most part, the prosecutor and the lead investigator kind of work hand in hand to make sure that all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted.
That was a reprise of Ask the Cops, proudly brought to you by Daniel Hightower, attorney, fighting for accident victims' justice since 1976, and can be heard the second and fourth Friday of every month on Voice of Ocala.
Since 1976, Daniel L. Hightower, lawyer, has been fighting for accident victim justice in North Central Florida statewide. He believes everyone in America should follow the rules, including the insurance companies. He and his firm have experience fighting for victims of personal injury, wrongful death, workers' compensation, and Social Security disability, as well as serving those in need of help with bankruptcy, simple wills, and estate plans. The mission of the law offices of Daniel L. Hightower, PA, is to represent deserving clients and recover the maximum benefits they are entitled to by law and matter. In personal injury and workers' compensation cases, there are no fees or costs unless the recovery is made. The law office of Daniel L. Hightower is located at 7 East Silver Springs Boulevard, Suite 300. For your free consultation, call 352-629-7777 or 1-888-LAW-1976 and visit danhightower.com for more information. Daniel L. Hightower, PA lawyer, fighting for accident victim justice, the proud sponsor of Ask the Cops.
You need a sign or a banner for your yard or your business or your campaign. I recommend you go to Signs Unlimited at 318 South Magnolia in Ocala. Screen print, embroidery, digital graphics. Do what I did when we needed signs for the Say the Marion Theater Group. Go see Vic Buttermore at Signs Unlimited if you want quality work, fast turnaround from somebody who is deeply committed to his community and always ready to assist. There's a reason Vic's slogan is, it's our business to make your business better. Sign up. Signs Unlimited. Call 732-7341 today.
English, you gotta hear there.
What?
When I call Devon Self-Storage at 873-0777, the answer is always so happy.
Always?
Here, listen.
Thank you for calling Devon Self-Storage. This is John. How may I help you today?
George,
What?
you hung up.
Of course. I know all about Devon Self-Storage across from Highway 100 and how you can store just about anything there and you have your own code to get in. I just want to hear me on the phone again.
Again? Yes, George, yes.
Hi, I'm Bianca. I'm Debbie. And I'm Lupe. We would like to invite you to come visit our Merle Norman salon. Come check out our Merle Norman's award-winning makeup. Come experience our hair color, highlights, lowlights, perms, and organic keratin treatments. massages to eyelash extensions. And don't forget to ask about our free makeovers. We would love to meet you. So call us today at 352-368-5008 or stop in and say hi. We're located at 12 East Silver Springs Boulevard, just a few blocks east of the downtown square. Merle Norman Cosmetics Studio and Salon.
Hi, this is John Sotomayor, Executive Editor of Ocala Magazine, here to tell you that Ocala Magazine now has its very own radio show, and it's right here on WOCA The Source.
Tune in every Friday at 10 a.m.
And we bring the pages of Ocala Magazine to life. We'll be covering the latest stories that impact your world right here in Ocala.
Be sure to tune in every Friday at 10 a.m.
Ocala Magazine Radio, right here on WOCA 1370 AM and 96.3 FM, The Source.
This is Tom Schmitz live in the WOCA studios. This news break brought to you by Renstar Medical Research. Ocala Mayor Kent Gwynn has opened his campaign account and seeking re-election to a second term. Gwynn currently is unopposed. The mayor's term is 2 years and pays $550 a month plus mileage. Anyone interested in running for the mayor's race or city council seats representing District 1, District 3, or District 5 may pick up packets of candidate information from City Clerk Angela Jacobs' office on the first floor of City Hall. Election day is October 15th. This news break was brought to you by Renstar Medical Research, seeking tomorrow's answers to the health questions of today. Call 352-629-5800 for more information.
Nobody but you and me. We got it together, baby.
And there he is, my man, partner in crime, Barry White. Every Monday, this is a Dr. Buddy. It's the segment when we talk about relationships. And my attempt to rehabilitate certain people on the show. Not exactly working, but we'll keep trying. We got some new suspect.
Why'd you just look at me?
I didn't look at you. I looked straight ahead.
People look at this camera, they can tell I was lying. I mean, wait.
Jerry, I'm not going to drag. I'm not going to drag our new intern to this, but let's just say if Austin wants to participate, he's welcome. But here's the deal: we do have to have some serious, semi-serious discussions about our relationships. We've discovered that guys, let's face it, are pretty much as stupid. And that the big issue, of course, is the lack of communication. We know the relationships. So we go on everything from how to act when you go out with somebody the first time to a long-lasting relationship. Let's face it, in the end, if we have a relationship and we really do care for the person, we would like it to be long-term. And then there's the word love, which comes into play at some point in time. And so, in this day and time when there's a divorce rate of more than 50%, and people are staying together, obviously there are issues. How do you keep romance alive? So today's article written by Mary Wilson talks about keeping long-term love alive. So let's address that. I spoke to my best friend yesterday. He was out from Atlanta. We sat talking at dinner time about keeping a relationship alive. Most importantly, who was the love of your life? Can you identify the love of your life? And if your spouse is nearby and it's not them, don't say it verbally right now about it. But the fact is that if you have the good fortune to marry the love of your life, then obviously you certainly have even greater incentive to have a long-term relationship. Now, we talked about, I asked my friend, how do you know when you're in love? What were the things, the qualities of this person you think is the love of your life? How did you know? Well, what do you think he said? Well, first of all, she's somebody I really wanted to be around. And I said, okay, well then why? Well, she makes me feel good. She makes me feel important. She pays attention to me. Okay, so, like what never an affectionate person, and she taught me how to be affectionate, how to hold hands, how to hug, how to embrace, and showing physical love. And he said, because I really respect her and like her, because she's very good at what she does in her job. She dresses exceptionally well. She's always very attentive to me when we're out in public. And she's very attractive. I thought, well, those are good qualities. Not everybody can say that about their partner in life. And if you get that person, you're lucky. Unfortunately, my friend is not with that woman. He didn't marry her. And so that's what he saw in a picture. Now, we all have a picture of somebody in our life that we really do is the person. If everybody knows that person for me is Johnny Martin. Has been for a long time. Hopefully it will be for a long time to come. And any relationship, trust me, has ups and downs and back and forth and issues. And for my wife to tolerate me for all these years, is she deserves
a special woman.
Medal of Honor. That's what she deserves.
We need to put her up for congressional medal of honor.
Maybe Nobel Peace Prize. But every now and then, she didn't get it exactly right either. So there's a little give and take on each side. So we talk about the communication part of that, and just having the time. And this is a key thing: setting aside the time to have that conversation. Most people today don't have a time to talk about that. Therefore, how can you ever keep a long-term love relationship alive? Well, according to Marie Wilson from Discovery of Fit and Health, she says, good communication skills are essential whether you've been together for 32 months or 2 months. Psychologists say that the intoxicating feeling of being in love lasts only about 18 months to 3 years. But a study conducted by psychologist Bianca Acevedo and biological anthropologist Helen Fisher. Now, these are the guys who have higher pay grades than Dr. Buddy here. Found that it's possible to keep love alive in a long-term relationship. Believe that time? Think it's possible?
Sure, if you work at it, it's possible.
Yeah.
depends on your definition of long term. Mine's usually about 12, 14 hours.
That's a long time for you because usually basically your attention span is about the length of a flash bulb.
Yeah, you know, actually, the length of time I think is that true. I agree with the study. I think about 3.5, 4 years, and then you have to start. That's the first, when you first fall in love. It's about a 3-year period, and then you have to work at finding things and staying in love. It's not a never-ending.
It is always a work in progress.
Always.
Listen to this. When the brains of a group of people in their 50s who've been average being married 21 years, when they were scanned after looking at a photo of their partner, they showed the same level of activity as young lovers put in together for an average of 7 months.
Well, there you go.
So in your brain, there was one important difference. Among the older lovers, the brain regions associated with anxiety were no longer active.
Mm-hmm.
There was more activity in the areas associated with calmness and anxiety. All right, I haven't asked Austin about his relationship situation, and I won't drag him into this, but as a young man, I'm assuming you date a few ladies and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I have.
And isn't there a great deal of, for me it was, when I was your age, a lot of anxiety for young men when they go out with ladies. A lot of anxiety. Do you have any of that?
Yeah, there's always some to start out, but I think the more you get comfortable with a girl and with more than one girl as you move on, you lose your anxiety.
Don't you just hate to have those fights and stuff all the time, and somebody get mad about something silly, and you know about she looked at the boy, you looked at the girl, and or whatever, those things happen like that.
It keeps it exciting.
Exciting.
You're not fighting something is boring. I mean,
okay. All right. A little different take on it. Well, other studies show that a good relationship offers medical benefits, lower stress levels, reduce risk of Alzheimer's, and even improves cancer survival rates. So the studies show being married a long time can be good for your health as well, and having relationships. So
you're the ripe old age of 55, and you've been married forever. So.
Since I was 5.
Right.
Yeah. So, but I thought that was interesting about long-term relationships and how you can't keep them going, and there's physical evidence to show that it's just said that you can even be calmer than what you were in relationships. So I think young men have a lot more anxiety than what you know.
Well, anything worth like having, you gotta work for it.
Well, it's a work in progress. That's correct. Now let me give you a quick 5 tips. Be honest and share your feelings. That's pretty simple. You know that. You make sure you want to be share your feelings. Now sometimes being honest at the time we said can be not a good thing, because if you say dress looks terrible on you, you're probably not going to get a good response. Your eating is not going to be very good. Admire, respect your partner's strengths. Overlook the little things. That's the big one. Overlook the little things. You want to be able to build up their self-esteem. So make sure you highlight a really strong point and make it sincere. A couple more of these things. Make thoughtful gestures. Now, some women, it's ridiculous you to open the door and pull a chair out, you know? And maybe that's too southern or chivalrous. I don't like it. But I think anytime you show an act of kindness, one of the things that drives my wife crazy still to this day is that sometimes I get up walking out of the restaurant because there's a narrow passageway. I just go walk out and wait for her, and she gets mad because she said, "You don't wait for me. You gotta wait for me."
Right.
Why is that a big deal? I don't know, but to her it's a big deal. So I try to make it a point to not walk out. And the little things do matter. Learn to listen. There is a huge one. Learn to listen. According to Elizabeth Bernstein, relationship columnist for the Wall Street Journal, there are two categories of people: talkers and non-talkers. And she said that the world would be a wonderful place if talkers and non-talkers matched up. But even if they do, it's not always a question, an equation for romantic bliss. It seems that many non-talkers are also non-listeners. They simply tune out the chatter. I always love that line about, you probably heard it before. A friend of mine claims he saw this happen, where he was in a restaurant. There was a guy and a woman. They were talking, and the guy was talking endlessly. Talking. They kept noticing, is this guy ever going to shut up? then the guy said, "But enough about me. Let's talk about you. What do you think of me?"
So, I had no idea that you had friends that would be in places I go out on dates to.
There you go. And finally, say I love you often, if in fact you do, several times a day. And as the article says, it's not easy to get those little words. Some people grow up in families where love wasn't expressed verbally, and people don't say it, but it's very important to get those words out there. I love you. If you want to be in love and you want to be in love for a long time, learn those three little words. I love you. It will help a lot. Finally, got a couple of quotes for you before we leave Dr. Bailey's for the day. Puts the shingle away for the day. Here's a couple of things that are tweets for advice. Never call a girl fat, even if you're joking. Demi Lovato. Here's an uber fact. Men and women who listen to similar music tend to be better communicators and have longer lasting relationships. Did you hear that? Men and women who listen to similar music tend to be better communicators and have longer lasting relationships. Finally, this is a quote from Women of History. Love is giving someone the power to destroy you, but trusting them not to. All right, that's Dr. Buddy for a day. Coming up, I've got tons of Uber facts, information. Some of these things are going to blow your mind.
I got breaking news from the city of Ocala. Jane Pope just sent me a message.
Oh, let's hear about that too. And also, I'll tell you about a disease that has triggered a broad public health response, but nothing's being said about it. It's a regional epidemic. I'll tell you about that all coming up next, right here on the Voice of Ocala.
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The Source.
Hi, this is Buddy Martin. If you have an award or a trophy in your house, there's more than a good chance it came from BJ Trophy Gifts and Awards. At BJ Trophies, Floyd Hirschberger and his staff walls and trees, personalized or engraved gifts, cast bronze dedication plaques, wide format digital printing with posters, banners, and signs, and promotional products. Ford is the official trophy and awards maker for the Voice of Ocala radio show and is North Central Florida's leader in custom recognition programs, corporate awards, industrial engraving, unique gifts, and advertising specialists. When Angie Lewis went shopping for something to award to the winners of her State Farm Good Neighbor Award, she shopped first at BJ Trophies, Awards, and Gifts. Check them out at 1735 Northeast Jacksonville Road on North Magnolia's Miracle Mile, or call them today at 352-732-2249. BJ Trophies, Awards, and Gifts. Trophies is just our middle name.
Dry, itchy, scaly skin. Do you have psoriasis? Consider joining our research study. Renstar Medical Research in Ocala is conducting a research study evaluating the effectiveness of investigational combination of two study medications for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. You may qualify if you're between the ages of 18 and 75 and have been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis for at least 6 months. For more information, please call Renstar in Ocala at 352-629-5800. Qualified participants may receive study-related medical care and study medication. Compensation for time and travel may also be provided. To find out more information about this psoriasis study, please call Renstar Medical Research at 352-629-5800. That's 352-629-5800. Renstar Medical Research. Tomorrow's answers to the health questions of today.
Hey, I didn't know it rained last night.
Oh, it didn't. Why do you say that?
Because little Johnny's in the backyard playing in that big mud puddle.
Did you leave the hose on?
No, the neighbor borrowed it yesterday.
Wait, is that where the septic?
Johnny, get out of there!
Having septic problems? Mike's got plumbing. We can make those septic worries disappear. We can pump your septic tank, repair your drain field, and if needed, even install a whole new system. At Mike's got plumbing, we don't take crap from anyone. We take it from everyone. 237-2888. Mike's got plumbing. If water runs through it, we do it. Don't come without your daily source of senior deals. Pick up your copy of the Senior Voice newspaper. It's your source for schedule and events tailored to seniors with information you like a list of free events in the area. We even have Tom's Picks, a free referral for people who are looking for a company to do work for them. Tom's Picks will refer the company to you that fits your needs. And we ask in return is that you tell them where you heard about them. For more information, call Tom's Picks 352-804-1223 and pick up your copy of the Senior's Voice at most any business up and down the 200 door. Now read Ocala downtown newspaper online. Legally Yours, brought to you by Fuller and Fuller Attorneys at Law. On the air every Wednesday morning at 10:30 a.m. with John Fuller, a board-certified civil trial lawyer for over 25 years. John welcomes your questions from business to complex family matters to legal disputes. So tune in every Wednesday morning at 10:30 a.m. for Legally Yours with John Fuller, right here on WOCA 1370 AM and 96.3 FM, The Source.
Gene Powell pasture mowing. Our tractor services include bush hog, disking, front end loader, box blade, and stump grinding. We also have zero-turn mowers for the small paddocks, aisleways, fence rows, and lawn care. Fence row spraying is also available for weed control. We are licensed and insured. Gene Powell pasture mowing, 352-629-2440 or online at powellgene, Gene, at yahoo.com. Gene Powell pasture mowing. You've got a garden and we've got a show for you called You've Got a Garden with your host, Master Gardener Carol Ann Baldwin. Carol Ann answers your questions about your flowers, your veggies, your grass, your trees, even questions about your bugs. And she's only on WOCA, so don't miss Carol Ann Baldwin. And You've Got a Garden each Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on WOCA, The Source.
1370 WOCA.
This is Tom Schmitz live in WCA Studios. This news break brought to you by the Country Club of Ocala. Marion County Sheriff's Office is reporting that they received a call from law enforcement authorities in Oklahoma City informing them that a 53-year-old woman had confessed to them that she killed her boyfriend in Marion Oaks 3 weeks earlier. The murder had not been reported to local authorities because nobody had discovered the man's body. The report identifies the woman as Kimberly Jean Collins. Collins called the Oklahoma City Police Department Saturday evening from a gas station to confess to the killing of her boyfriend, identified as Manuel Sonny Amaro. This news break was brought to you by the Country Club of Ocala. If you'd like to schedule a special event at one of Ocala's premier facilities, call 237-6644 today. a wonderful article about Urban Meyer. So I don't.
Well, how about I give you some facts first?
Yeah, give me some facts, and I'll go get some.
I'm loaded with factoids. I loaded up with it today. I thought these were kind of interesting. Number one, in 1977, we, the U.S., received a radio signal from space that lasted 72 seconds. This day, we still don't know where it came from. Hello?
Wow.
Earth to life. 1977, lasted 72 seconds. Number two, this is really scary. In 1918, more than 100 waiters were arrested for poisoning bad tippers in Chicago. Imagine that. You worry about what goes in your food.
I worked in restaurants for 20 years. You trust me. You don't want to know what goes on in the kitchens of the restaurants. You probably wouldn't go eat it anymore.
No. Hard to go out now.
And it's all about how well the customer treats the person serving and making the food.
Yeah. This is a simple one, and one that we've heard, but we don't really understand it, but keeps coming up. Exercising for 15 minutes each day can extend the average person's lifespan by 3 years. Exercising. I read today where the average person spends does making up their bed, walks 4 miles, I guess, a week or something. I told you, now when I wake up early in the morning, there's a little pathway in the kitchen, in the dining room, that goes 32 steps. Sometimes at 5 o'clock, when I don't want to get up and turn on my TV or my phone, whatever, I just start walking. And I can do 10, 12, 15, even 20 laps. And you think about that, 32 basically the yards almost, times 10. You get a little walk in there in the morning. Want to take off your PJs, just do it right there on the floor. I have a cousin who walks around the house all the time. He does 10,000 steps a week. Here's another factoid for you. If you want to be happier, people who stay busy, even with activity, which this radio show is, by the way, tend to be happier than those who do not. So staying in business can actually make you happier. Well, a few little factoids for you. I sound like I'm John Tesh now because he always has those at night time.
Right.
Those little things, but I find those kind of interesting points.
I am looking at the breaking news and everybody, and all over the air still people's reactions to the George Zimmerman trial. The thing we talked about
right,
the first hour.
Right.
I mean, it's just everybody has a viewpoint, and it, you know, as bad as it sounds, the viewpoints seem to be along a racial divide.
Yeah, unfortunately, that means it divides our country even more, which is what we don't need right now. And people are saying, you know, and there's legitimacy to this. That as a young black man, you're taught that if you're pulled over by a cop, and if you're going to get your driver's license out of your pocket, don't. Put your hands up and say, on the wheel, and say, I'm going to get my license out now with one hand. And that's what you're doing.
Well, the best tweet I saw over the weekend for the people who were upset or shocked or angry about the outcome, and it was by Rihanna, I believe it or not. And I think that she has a valid point, because of the time the forefathers who wrote the Constitution, they did put African Americans as 3/5 of a human in the Constitution. Slaves were to be counted as 3/5 of one person for population counts. And she wrote, a system cannot fail those it was never built to protect. If you look at the way African Americans were in the 1700s in this country, the way the Constitution was written, it's been amended since then, by the way. But originally, the system did not protect African Americans. It thought them of less than one human. So I understand the way people are feeling. I disagree. I think the judicial system worked in this instance, but I know a lot of people on the other side, the judicial system failed Trayvon Martin.
Let's face it, no matter who won the trial,
everybody loses.
There's going to be half the people who don't agree with it.
Well, that's called, you know what we've called that in recent history? Presidential elections.
Yeah. You know, going in, I had a local politician tell me, which I think was brilliant, says, I don't worry about the vote. I don't govern for the voters because you can't ever make them happy. I govern really for the overall people, all the people. And he says, in terms of the voters, half of them are going to like me no matter what I do.
I don't know which person that was, but he's entirely correct.
All right, so that's the point there. All right, I'm going to finish up with some of my, go ahead, liking these so far, our factoids.
Yes.
This is pretty interesting. This is pretty interesting. When the bikini was introduced, no models were willing to wear such revealing swimwear. So the design
well, yeah, I knew him hired a professional dancer. She was back then.
And Jane Mansfield wore one for the first time ever at Silver Springs. So that's from one of the few times I've seen.
And her daughter, by the way, Jane Mansfield, lovely daughter to Marissa Agatha.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Lovely one.
Law and Order. This is an amazing fact. This is something that blows my mind. The odds of this happening are 50 million and it happens.
Me and you agreeing on gun control.
No, it's less than that.
Oh.
A woman from Michigan named Barbara Soper gave birth, listen to these dates, on 10, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9, and 8, 8, 8.
August 8th of 08, September 9th of 09, and October 10th of 10.
10, 10, 10, 9, 9, 9, and 8, 8.
What? She needs to go to Vegas.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
50 million to 1.
Amazing. Weird fact right here, you know, when you go around to the hotels you used to travel a lot, you always see that Gideon Bible in your room.
Always.
One hotel chain replaced the Bible in rooms with copies of 50 Shades of Grey.
Stop it.
That's what it says here.
So you would go into a hotel room and there was a novel about people and the privacy instead of the Bible.
There you go. Times have changed, right? Here's another one for you. Yeah. Here's a couple more for you. In early drafts of Back to the Future, the time machine was built out of an old refrigerator.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I know they entered into an agreement with John DeLorean to try to market his cars. And
right.
That's how the car came to be.
Right.
But he was going to get 1.21 gigawatts for
yeah.
Yeah. 1.21 gigawatts.
I like those movies. By the way, you like bananas?
I'm a huge fan of bananas. I eat probably 12 to 15 bananas a week.
Wow. You're a banana guy.
I'm a huge banana guy.
I like them too. You know that they're finding out they are a natural cure to reduce the stress and anxiety that you have.
And I eat usually 2 or 3 before I come on this show every day.
We need to keep calm. I'm gonna keep. In fact, I'm gonna try to keep some bananas around. Just
you know what I like though? People like ripe bananas. I like the bananas that just are a little green before they start ripening up.
I do not like them once they have a brown spot.
Yeah, I don't. Me either.
Too much.
I like them a little towards the green side. And I
like mine just with all like the stem, just a tiny green. I like them nice and bright, but
see, and I like mine where the whole skin's got a little green tinge to it.
Yeah.
And then I slather them in peanut butter. It's very good.
I do like the peanut butter, I must say. And finally, what's the most popular store in America?
Most popular Walmart.
Okay. Take a guess at how many people live within 20 miles of Walmart in this country. Of all the population, what percentage of people live within 20 miles of Walmart?
20 miles of a Walmart?
Right. In the whole country, what percentage?
I would say, except for New York, pretty much the entire country. So I'd say probably 85% of the country.
85.
Yeah.
Live 20 miles
within
the whole country.
Within 25
Everybody?
Oh, yeah. Walmart's that big.
Too low, my friend.
Really?
86%.
Wow. I thought you were going to tell me 85 was a little high.
96% of the U.S. population live within 20 miles of Walmart.
Wow. And we live here in Ocala. We live within 10 miles of 3 of them.
Yeah. So here's the thing. If you're going to go to a party and you're going to go get yourself a dress tonight, where the party, you're afraid your friends will have one.
Don't go to Walmart. And now,
Pretty good chance.
they're opening another Walmart out there in Silver Spring Shores.
Yeah, they're everywhere. Sam Walton. Okay. That's factoids. I'm loaded with them today. We get back. I got my tweets and quotes. We'll wrap up the news. You got to find that scoop for me from the city. You didn't give it to me.
I have that. Yeah, I forgot that. I have that.
Yeah. All right.
Coming
Focus
up
on that.
Folks, I got.
I'll tell you about the story about a health response to a broad public, well, it's an epidemic in a region of this country, and you don't hear about it. Coming up next right here on
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The source.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And so is State Farm agent Angie Lewis, working hard to serve her community as a citizen and insurance agent. Angie wants to help you as you adjust your insurance to your life. To help educate your teen driver, to protecting your family against everyday risks. She wants to change the way you perceive insurance by developing relationships with their clients, which is why Angie and her staff are proud to be a part of so many good causes in Ocala. In turn, she has chosen to single out those who step up as leaders. Each month on the Voice of Ocala, Angie spotlights a good neighbor, including those who give exceptional service or do random acts of kindness to others. This, Angie, was written up in State Farm's national magazine. Angie also supports local businesses with a regular biz buzz. The Angie State Farm Agency is located at 1122 Northeast 36th Avenue, where the visitors are always welcome and the coffee pot is always on. Call your good neighbors State Farm Agency today, Angie Lewis, at 294 2444. Looking for a trustworthy auto care company that won't sell you something you don't need? Look no further than Affordable Auto Air and Care. Affordable Auto Air and Care has serviced Ocala for a decade and is family owned and operated. They offer quality parts at affordable prices, and they even include a 1 year or 12,000 mile warranty on their parts and labor. They're certified technicians from any type of vehicle, even RVs. They specialize in auto AC, but they also offer oil changes, brake service, filters, tune-ups, shocks, axles, complete auto repair. Affordable Auto Care is located at 1841 Northwest 4th Avenue on the corner of Old Jacksonville Road and 441. Call
affordable auto, air, and care. Complete auto repair. Take it from me, Tom Schmitz. I'm a customer.
On the next day, Ocala Live, Robin and I will be speaking to Patricia McLaughlin. She's the Associate Vice President of Communications Legacy for the Truth Campaign.
Open for debate where both sides of one issue will be debated.
And then Mitchell Carpaccio will be speaking to us, professor at Simpson College in Iowa. He's written a book called The Virtues We Need to Gain 21 Life Lessons from the Great Books of the West.
And then have all of your gardening questions answered by Master Gardener Carol Ann Baldwin on You've Got a Garden.
And then when our homes are damaged by wind, rain, or anything else, we call damage control services. And Joe Rankel, he comes on the air each Tuesday to explain how he does what he does. Our homes are damaged.
And then the incredible Hulk, Lou Ferrigno, will be on the air with us. He is the recipient of the IFBB Mr. America title and 2 consecutive IFBB Mr. Universe titles. He'll be speaking about the best computer frustration induced roar contest.
And then it's fun with Joe, all on the next day. I'm Ocala Live right here on the Source WOCA 96.3 FM.
1370 AM.
Don't get caught in the dark. Call Tri-County Generators LLC first at 1-800-622-1957. Authorized Generac dealer. Tri-County Generators are there when you need them with new generators for home standby, commercial, RV, and portable generators. They also service your existing systems. Now is the time to act. Be prepared before you have an emergency. Call Mike Gant today at 1-800-622-1957. That's 1-800-622-1957 for Tri-County Generator.
News Talk 1370. WOCA invites you to discover your full business potential. News Talk Radio is the perfect environment for your advertising. WOCA's News Talk format pinpoints information hungry, better educated, high-income adults. So use us to talk to them. Call 732-8000. 732-8000. We're Ocala News Talk Radio. News Talk 1370 WOCA.
We're back on the Voice of Ocala. Real quick, if you're listening to the radio, we'll tell you this a couple more times throughout the day, but if you're listening to the radio tonight between 6 and 6:30, do not fret. We'll be doing maintenance here at the radio station we will be off the air sometime between 6 and 6:30. So it's not your radio. We're doing maintenance here at the radio station. Also,
wait a minute. I'm not going to get to hear Clark Howard.
No, Clark Howard will still be on.
Okay.
You won't get to hear him at 6 on your way to your house because we'll be doing maintenance for the radio.
So I'm saying, I won't be able to hear him.
Maintenance. It's got to be done.
Oh, I'm going to complain to the station owner.
Well, okay. Hey, Janie Pope wanted to announce that the Marion Theater, she is working with the Marion Theater to coordinate another Marion Theater block event. You've been an integral part of some of these events.
Go, girl.
You dressed up like a pirate. You had on a dinner jacket and a bow tie and another one. Well, this one will be August 9th. Mark your calendars. Bring your kids. Celebrate the end of summer, August 9th, for Disney's Planes.
Planes?
Yep.
Planes, trains, and automobiles?
No, just planes. It's like the planes version of cars.
Not Planes, Georgia.
Nope. Not Planes, Georgia. Planes.
All right.
August 9th. Marion Theater.
Very good. All right. Good information. Let's get this. They're having a problem up in Boston with Lyme disease. It's becoming an epidemic. It's been over the past few years. And ticks, and the story across the globe says ticks have stealth on their side, often as small as a pinhead. They don't buzz in the morning, and their bite is painless. At home, in their backyard, soccer fields, hiking trails are far more challenging to eliminate the mosquitoes. Even in winter, ticks can bite on warm days. People don't take the simple precautions. That's one of the things they have. You don't want to pull your pants, your socks over your pants. So if Lyme disease is caught early, most people recover quickly with antibiotics. Up to 25% of people report feeling unwell after treatment. Sometimes for months, even years. There's enormous controversy among some doctors and members of the public about why these patients are sick and how long symptoms can last. But there's no doubt that Lyme disease is a significant health threat. So people in New England having a problem. Time now for tweets and quotes. All right, here we go. Tweets and quotes. Pretty simple today. I had a bunch of factoids, so I just sort of low-key the tweets and quotes. Only that which is temporary endures. French proverb. True. You know, Alex Spitzer, he's running for office again now, you know. And they got two beauties up there, Anthony Weiner and Alex Spitzer. And this one says, experts say Alex Spitzer could hurt Anthony Weiner's mayoral choices or chances. Spitzer said, see, I'm making things better already. What do you go, Alex? Finally, Milton Berle would have been 105 years old a couple of days ago. He said, I just filled out my tax form, my income tax forms. Who says you can't get killed by blank? Up these 2 hours coming up in sports, lots to talk about. Got a little pot stirring on Urban Meyer, which we'll tell you about.
Is Austin going to Wally Pitt JJ?
I don't think Austin knows who Wally Pitt is, but every rookie has to learn it. And it's a good thing, by the way. Not for JJ. Also, he's doing a good job. Got a trade, or at least not a trade, but a very high-profile person changing teams. I had a old guy, a young guy, won golf over the weekend.
Yeah.
About that. John Manziel, was he kicked out of the Manning Passing Academy, or they get sick? Well, we'll talk about that. Also, we'll be hearing from Mark Daniels and Orlando and Francisburg. Stay tuned to
1378, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com.
Hey, I'm Gary. And I'm Eric. Did you know that Red Eye Radio is on WOCA, The Source, every night from 2 to 6 a.m., and it's live. That's right. No tape shows here. We know that the news doesn't sleep, and neither do we. So we're here with you live from 2 till 6 a.m. every weekday. Plus 866-90 Red Eye. So join me, Gary McNamara, and me, Eric Carley, every weeknight to discuss the latest in news and entertainment right here on WOCA, The Source.
Golf has long been considered to be sports' most prestigious game. And WOCA has your connection to everything in the golf world. Every first and third Thursday at 10 a.m. Tune in for Let's Talk Golf with your host, PGA professional and teacher to the stars, Jim Beckett, and operations manager for the Links of Spruce Creek South, Darren Irwin, right here on the Source. Hey, Matt, I know Sunrise Automotive does auto stuff, but I need some tires for my truck. Can you recommend someone?
Yes, I can. We do that.
No, I mean, I need them installed and balanced and all that.
Yep, we do that.
Well, some it is windows tinted.
Yep, we do that.
And my seat replaced.
Yep, we do that too.
I need a new roof on it, and a new spoiler, and a new
Yep, we can even do that.
Okay, I get it. I suppose you can also do a radio show too, huh?
Well, as a matter of fact, join me every Monday at 10 for auto repair with personal care here on the Source.
Of course you do.
Miss a single edition of the Mike Huckabee Show. We're going to have a whole lot of fun talking the big issues of the day. We'll talk to the newsmakers and the issues that made them a newsmaker, as well as we'll bring you some entertainment, some fun. You never know what's going to happen on the Mike Huckabee Show. Don't miss it.
Join Mike Huckabee every day from noon to 3 exclusively on WOCA, The Source.
Call me Chris. Some people say insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. I think insanity is 1,000 single-sided full-color business cards for $15, or packing service for 50% off. Call me crazy. Green Sea Printing on the corner of Northeast 25th Avenue and 24th Street, 789-6683. That's 789-6683. Look for the yellow signs.
In Clark, we trust.
Hi, this is Clark Howard. Join me every weeknight at 6, right here on WOCA 1370, The Source.
Hi, I'm David Michi with Drive Rehabilitation, inviting you to join me Thursday at 11 a.m. for Health Matters. Ocala Health and Strive have teamed up to bring you the best, latest information on good health services available to you right here at home. This vital information will help you make informed decisions about your health. So don't forget to join me here at 11 a.m. Thursday. It's news you can use from Ocala Health, Drive Rehabilitation, and your friends here at WOCA.
The weather is brought to you by myfwc.com. Life jackets save lives. Wear it, Florida. this afternoon, sunshine and clouds with showers and a thunderstorm, high 86 to 90. Following evening shower, thunderstorm, clouds tonight, low 71 to 73. A shower, thunderstorm, otherwise sunshine for Tuesday, high 88 to 92. And a shower, thunderstorm Wednesday, high 87 to 91. From the Florida Weather Center, I'm Andy Robb.
Hi, this is Joe, and I'm your host for the new show, Damage Control, every Tuesday morning at 10:30 a.m. Brought to you by Damage Control Services. We're going to be discussing floods, fire, storm and tree damage, sinkholes, mold, and many other disasters that you need to know about. How to prevent and prepare for them, as well as what to do when it happens and what to expect after it happens. This is Damage Control, Tuesdays at 10:30 here on The Source.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram, CEO of Gateway Bank, inviting you to drop by our main office on Silver Springs Boulevard every Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. for the Community Gazette, a 3-hour show focusing on our favorite community to live and work, Ocala, Marion County. Come join us with the voice of Betty Martin in the new old-fashioned bank radio studio as we discuss a variety of interesting topics on the Community Gazette on WOCA, The Source.
Hi, I'm Ernie Sprance. Join me weekday mornings at 10:50 for a report to consumers. Consumer news you can use from your hometown station. News Talk 1370, WOCA.
Right here since 1957. We're WOCA. News Talk 1370.
You're listening to WOCA News Talk 1370. Ocala source for what's happening in today's hottest, up-to-date news and topics.
It says it would be inappropriate for President Obama to get involved in a federal decision over possible civil rights charges against George Zimmerman in the shooting death of Trayvon Martin. Former President George H.W. Bush was honored at the White House today. Bush 41 was there to mark the 5,000th Daily of Light Award, honoring volunteers. Chris Brown's legal trouble just got worse. The singer on probation for the beating of former girlfriend Rihanna in 2009. Now the Los Angeles County DA's office has moved to revoke his probation over new charges Brown faces in a minor hit hit and run accident. The great Kate continues with the Duchess of Cambridge, Kate Middleton, expected to go into labor any time now. The formal birth notice will be transported to police escort from the hospital to Buckingham Palace. This is ABC News.
If you're a Medicare member with diabetes, you may be confused over recent changes affecting where you can buy test strips. Don't worry. CVS Pharmacy continues to accept Medicare Part B coverage for diabetes testing supplies. Our stores carry all major and offer a 90-day supply at the same Medicare copay mail order. You may even qualify for a free one-touch or CVS meter from the manufacturer. So stop by your local CVS pharmacy today.
Hi, Tom Bodette, sharpening my memory with word association. I read a word, then say the first thing that pops into my noggin, like dark. That's easy. Light. Dog. Fuzzy. Handsome. Thanks. Hotel 6. Value. That's because we always save you money on a clean, comfortable room. And the lowest price of any national chain is more than one word. I'm a stickler. Book online at motel6.com. I'm Tom Bodette, and we'll leave the light on.
How much time? 30. 30 seconds. I'm on right now. I don't.
Okay. Enough kidding around. And now it's time for the Buddy Martin Sports Page.
He actually had me stay here last night in his gym. Like I like long hair.
Let's go talk to a couple of guys that never gamble.
Oh, see, I may lose a bet here. He lose a bet at me that we couldn't both get rich and put you on the poorhouse at the same time. You think you could do it? Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, sir, and I never slide.
And now, here's Buddy.
Welcome to Sports Page, a Monday edition of the program, which we feature each weekday here, right here on the Source. Buddy Martin along with Tom Schmitz today, Austin Tapman run the board. JJ taking a little holiday down the beach today, where I hope I could be next week, matter of fact. Lots of news to talk about today, not the least of which they finally moved on the situation with the 2 DUIs. And as I suspect,
how did they move on them?
Yeah, they suspended both of those guys. The Broncos are being DUI, and we got a little story brewing here about world peace in Austin. What happened today?
Yeah, he's looks like he's found a new home. He looks like he has reached an agreement on a 2-year, $3.2 million contract with the Knicks, and right after he got the deal, he then tweeted, "Where Brooklyn at?"
Wow.
I think he knows because he's from New York.
Oh, right.
He's thinking probably we got one up to him.
Right.
And the next thing to do something because Brooklyn's getting all the attention with all the trades, Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett stuff. So, we'll see. I mean, he can play now, and and he'll help the Knicks a lot on their front line. They'll help them with the rebound department, and he shoots a 3 pretty well. So, all right, what else is going on, Tom? I see that Johnny Manziel departed from the Manning passing.
Well, he was ill, or at least they're reporting he was ill and had to leave the Manning passing camp.
Let me tell you what his dad said. His dad apparently told folks that he had been home ill, and he says his son was, quote, recuperating from dehydration. According to Deadspin, and Deadspin says, yep.
Yeah, there's most people are well hydrated or hydrated enough to, just in their everyday life. But you can get dehydrated really quick from consumption of alcohol
and being in the sun.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, and this is the thing about this kid that's scary. This is typical behavior that we have seen from him lately, and we keep thinking he's going to get better, and he's not getting better. And look, we don't have the facts, but I talked to John Brantley today, who was at the passing academy with Driscoll. Took him out there. And he's going to be on the show Thursday, I think. Hopefully we'll be at
We'll be at Club Ocala.
Try to get John Brown at least on the phone, if nothing else. And he'll tell us what he knows, but apparently he said he didn't see all that much of him. But the disturbing thing is this kid is obviously not able to take the pressure that he's had in the spotlight of being on him as a redshirt freshman, and he keeps acting out, and I'm afraid this is going to be a typical behavior.
He needs to realize he's in a fraternity, all right? The football fraternity. You're not in Sigma Nu or TKE, pal. Stop acting like it. Cameras are looking at you. You're in a Heisman Trophy fraternity, and that doesn't mean you need to go to keggers and do keg stands. That means you have to hold yourself to a higher standard. And before anybody reacts, always Tom just made fun of Sigma Nu and TKE. I have a TKE tattoo on my leg, just so you know.
That's TMI.
I'm just saying. Yeah. Don't think I'm making fun of the fraternity system. I was part of a fraternity system and enjoyed it. But when you're a Heisman Trophy winner, you have to act with a different decorum than the average college student.
Going to mention a fraternity. Please make it be find out.
No, I didn't.
So, anyway,
I didn't want to mention that fraternity.
Yeah. You didn't want to mention them because you couldn't come with 100 miles to that house.
No, I've been to many Phi Delta parties.
Anyway, this is not fraternity boy talk, but here's the thing you have to do. You have to recap what's happened. We've seen the kid at the high on expensive seats at the NBA games. He's tweeting out of his mind. Please get me out of here. You know, on College Station. It's just behavior that is repeating, and it's a little bit scary about what may happen to this young man unless someone, I guess, are doing all that they can.
Now you were a reporter in the 60s, and you've made this analogy before. Johnny Manziel, Johnny Football, and Broadway Joe. Did Joe name his benefit for the fact that it wasn't Twitter and 24-hour newscast?
Of course, but he didn't escape Bear Bryant. Bear Bryant suspended him for the Sugar Bowl game.
Well, and maybe Kevin Summerlin needs to step in and be a head coach here.
Could be. And
he may be harboring a criminal. You don't know.
Yeah. Remember this now. That was the big issue. That they thought he was going to be suspended last year. And Kevin Summerlin basically put his job on the line said either.
And that case
stay
finally
or-
settled. That case finally settled this morning.
Yeah.
Johnny Manziel, all the charges about fake ID and all were dropped, and he pled to the misdemeanor of falsely reporting his name to a police officer.
There you go. Well, you know, it's a crime wave now.
Well,
It's like we had a crime.
Texas A&M's a crime wave. You know, it's almost like who's coach? Is Kevin Summerlin the coach here? Is it Urban Meyer?
Maybe Urban Meyer.
Maybe.
If there's any crime going on, he was involved in it.
Urban Meyer. You know, and we're going to get into your article that you wrote, The Truth About Urban Meyer.
Well, let's get into it now because we got a guest coming on who's going to talk.
Okay. Well,
and that is basically, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I wrote this piece over the weekend for actually just wrote my piece because it's on WordPress. You can Google it. If you Google Buddy Martin, Meyer, Hernandez, it will come up. Right. Blog will come up, and it's gotten quite a response from fans. Not all favorable, but a lot of other folks who weighed in. Ohio State fans, Georgia fans, whatever. And in the article, I simply tried to say if I was, if someone needed a witness to what Urban Meyer did in Gainesville during the 2007 season, I was there. I saw it. I was behind the scenes of the program, not bragging, just saying I could verify about what I saw, eyewitness testimony. And so I wrote this piece about what I saw, what I did, and I posted it, and it's really has seemed to have stirred up.
Well, if you read the book Urban's Way, which I did because you were kind enough to give me a copy, the thing I like about this article you wrote this weekend is in this paragraph. I don't know where it is. It's early in the article you wrote. It says, like almost all other programs, there were some issues with athletes in Florida. I wrote in the book, and we're talking about Urban's Way here, about 17 players who had brushes with the law, most of them driving violations, suspended license, substance abuse, or alcohol-related incidents or fights. There was only one case of firearm which a player shot it in a parking lot of a bar. He was arrested, charged, and thrown off the football.
Shot it up in the air, by the way.
Right. Shot it up in the air. And I remember that incident, and he was immediately dismissed for the football team. So for people to say, and people are going to say that you're an insider, you're a homer, and I read a remark that because you were working for Internet Magazine at the time, that you had to be nice to the program so that you could get in and out. That's not accurate. You were actually a newspaper editor at the time you wrote this book. You weren't working for...
I wasn't working for Gator Country.
Right, you weren't working for Gator Country. And the fact that you said in the book, and if you go get the book, if you buy the book, you want to check the book out of the library or something, Buddy did point out that 17 players during the time you were following the program had brushes with law. Now, let's be honest.
We named most of them.
Right, but let's be honest. I remember one of the brushes with laws was a guy tried to remove a boot off his car because he didn't want because he didn't like it, that he couldn't drive it. It was in the parking lot of the dorm and he couldn't drive it.
Yes.
Okay. Stop it. That doesn't mean Urban Meyer's harboring murderers and criminals. It was a boot on a car. The other one was a dumb college kid. This is not arguable. This is an actual fact. Climbed the fence of a impound yard trying to get his girlfriend's car back.
Right.
Okay? If you watch it on video, I got my hand raised. When I was 23 years old, I climbed the impound, the Brown's impound, trying to get my girlfriend's car back.
There you go. You both times?
Mr. Brown stopped me and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm trying to get my car back. Who are you?" I told him who I was. He took me to Coach Russell.
Now, of course, the police.
Believe me, I'd much rather stay where a police come out.
Yeah, so that's the story on that, and there's been quite a bit of response to it. And by the way, most of it positive. Most of the 25 people wrote on it, and I'm just sharing with our listeners here because it is out there. If you want to check it out, you can read it.
Well, you know, I'm not an Urban Meyer apologist. I don't. You get blamed to be.
I'm not an apologist,
but you get blamed to be an Urban Meyer apologist all the time, and I have no love for Urban. I didn't like the way he left the program, and that's my opinion on how he left the program. You said it wasn't disingenuous, and you know the man a lot better than I do. I take you at your word, but I still didn't like the way it happened. But that's my problem, not Urban Meyer's problem. But let's be honest here. Well, everybody's saying Urban Meyer harbored criminals and like hid this murder. If Urban Meyer hid Aaron Hernandez, who's allegedly a murderer, then is John McKay responsible for hiding O.J. Simpson?
There you go. Good point. All right, we got to get out of here, but we'll touch bases with Mark Daniels, who is a co-host of the show, The Beat of Sports, on 740 Team with Jerry Green in Orlando. We'll get his take on this. I was on his show last week. We'll see what he says about that. sports news, including Mr. Goff's report on a young.
Oh, I got the Scottish Open, an old guy, and the John Deere Classic, the youngest guy in a long time.
That wasn't, even Tiger.
No.
So, back in this day. We'll take a break. Return next right here on the Voice of Ocala Blaze Sports page.
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The Source.
Since 1976, Daniel L. Hightower, lawyer, has been fighting for accident victim justice in North Central Florida and statewide. He believes everyone in America should follow the rules, including the insurance companies. He and his firm have experience fighting for victims of personal injury, wrongful death, workers' compensation, and Social Security disability, as well as serving those in need of help with bankruptcy, simple wills, and estate plans. The mission at the law offices of Daniel L. Hightower, PA, is to represent deserving clients and recover the maximum benefits they are entitled to by law in a timely manner. In personal injury and workers' compensation cases, there are no calls unless a recovery is made. The law office of Daniel L. Hightower at 7 East Silver Springs Boulevard, Suite 300. For your free consultation, call 352-629-7777 or 1-888-LAW-1976 and visit danhightower.com for more information. Daniel L. Hightower, PA lawyer, fighting for accident victim justice, the proud sponsor of Ask the Cops. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, and so is State Farm agent Angie Lewis, working hard to serve her community as a citizen and an insurance agent. Angie wants to help you as you adjust your insurance needs to your life. Everything to help educate your teen driver, to protect your family against everyday risks. She wants to change the way you perceive insurance by developing relationships with their clients, which is why Angie and her staff are proud to be a part of so many good causes in Ocala. In turn, she has chosen to single out those who step up as leaders. Each month on the Voice of Ocala, Angie spotlights a good neighbor, saluting those who give exceptional service or do random acts of kindness to others. For this, Angie was written up in State Farm's National Magazine. Angie also supports local businesses with a regular biz buzz. The Angeles State Farm Agency is located at 1122 Northeast 36th Avenue, where visitors are always welcome and the coffee pot is always on. Call your good neighbors State Farm agent today, Angie Lewis, at 294-2444.
Good credits, bad credits. It's none of our business. Because
speaking to Patricia McLaughlin. She's the Associate Vice President of Communications Legacy for the Truth Campaign.
Open for debate, where both sides of one issue will be debated.
Then Mitchell Calpatchian will be speaking to us, professor at Simpson College in Iowa. He's written the book called The Virtues We Need Again, 21 Life Lessons from the Great Books of the West.
And then have all of your gardening questions answered by Master Gardener Carol Ann Baldwin on You've Got a Garden.
And then when our homes are damaged by wind, rain, or anything else, we call damage control services, and Joe Reichel, he comes on the air each Tuesday to explain how he does what he does when our homes are damaged.
And then the incredible Hulk, Lou Ferrigno, will be on the air with us. He is the recipient of the IFBB Mr. America title and 2 consecutive IFBB Mr. Universe titles. He'll be speaking about the best computer frustration induced roar contest.
And then it's fun with Joe, all on the next day on Ocala Live, right here on the Source, WOCA 96.3 FM.
1370 AM.
Look who just walked in the room. Joe Wiesner from What's Ocala. Hey, Joe, I'm looking for something to do this weekend. You got any ideas?
Absolutely. Check out our event calendar online at www.whatsupocala.com, and there are plenty of events there for you. Daily news updates to event reviews and magazine articles.
Really?
We've organized it all on one place online for you to cut through all of the hassle of finding something to do this weekend. We have a daily event calendar, a bi-monthly magazine, and we also do daily news articles.
All right, Joe, that's perfect. Thanks so much.
Yeah. WhatsUpOcala.com.
As you're driving down the road, you may love your car, you may hate it. But the fact remains that you've got to keep it running to get back and forth to where you need to go. WOCA, the Source, and Sunrise Automotive are here to help with that. For a limited time, if you mention WOCA, you will receive $10 off an oil change at Sunrise Automotive. That's right, not 10%, $10 off any oil change at Sunrise Automotive. Sunrise Automotive is an ASC certified automotive repair center, so they know how to take care of your car. Located at 1800 Northwest 10th Street. All you have to do is call to schedule your oil change, 690-1993. Mention that you heard this ad on WOCA and get $10 off an oil change. It's just that easy. So now you have 10 more reasons to head down to Sunrise Automotive, 1800 Northwest 10th Street, Ocala. And don't forget to listen to Matt every Monday morning at 10 a.m. for auto repair with personal care. Right here on 1370 a.m., 96.3 FM, the Source, your source for $10 off an oil change.
friend. At 7:40, the team works with my friend Jerry Green, the Beat of Sports. I was honored to be on this program last week. I asked Mark if he would join us today to talk about Urban Meyer and other things in sports these days. And with that, I'll welcome to the program Mark Daniels. Mark, they still call you the coach, by the way?
Just us older folks, the younger generation, I think, is just kind of gone by the name, but there's still a few people. It just means I've been around a long time.
How did you get the name coach?
Yeah, I came to Orlando to do sports radio, which is back in '89. We were just on a news talk station, and the host on before me asked me to come on and talk about what we're going to have on the show, and he came up with a name, and it stuck, and we did that for a number of years, and lo and behold, that's how the name was formed.
Well, and now you got stuck with Jerry Green. I'm just kidding, because I love Jerry. You and Jerry have been doing this now for what? I mean, 3 years, 4 years? How long?
Yeah, we did it, I was doing daily radio, then went away for a little bit, but stopped just for a couple of years, came back with your good friend Mike Bianchi. We did that for a couple of years, and then Mike left our show, and then we brought Green Man in, and we're about 3+ years with the Green Man.
How about that? That's good. He's a clever guy. So, let's talk for a second. I wrote the story after I talked to you. Actually, you were one of the reasons I wrote the piece I wrote, because you had asked me to come on your show and give my position on the Urban Meyer situation with Darren Hernandez, and I did that, and I'd gotten into the halfway into writing a piece at that point in time, which I posted, and then I think you subsequently posted that.
Yep.
And let me just, I'm not asking you to talk about my piece or me, but just give me your view of this whole thing, and pull no punches, tell it like it is. What's your take on the situation with Meyer and the media, and what he's being accused of by some people, and the comments about him? Tell me what your thoughts are, Mark.
Well, I think it's it's an interesting story that I'm still a little bit puzzled as to the many media members that have taken the stance they've taken on Meyer and Hernandez, because in my opinion, buddy, a lot of it is connected to the way those members of the way, and I think that group has kind of rallied to take this anti-Meyer approach where now everything wrong in Florida is his fault, and that led to some strong opinions about Meyer's connection to Aaron Hernandez. As I've said many times in my show and pieces that I've written, Aaron Hernandez is responsible for whatever he did that night that led to the apparent execution of an individual. To try and connect Urban Meyer to any action that Hernandez did that night, I just think it's foolish. Now, you can say that as a college football coach responsible for his program and the behavior of his players, you can, but it's a very broad statement. The reality is, so we don't live in a fantasy. The reality is that a coach can be responsible for just so many things. At some point, you can't be held responsible. And yeah, that's been my position about Meyer with Hernandez, and I think that a lot of the criticism has been unfair, and I think that it's somewhat sad that from a national sports media angle, we've talked more about Aaron Hernandez in 2007 in Gainesville than the person that lost their life, years ago in Connecticut, and that's somewhat sad, and yet there seems to be this attack on Meyer that I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, I share that view. And I didn't know what your view was. Honestly, Mark, we had I was on your show. I wasn't sure where you came down on which side, and it's not my purpose or my place to be to resolve those issues or be mouthpiece or spokesman for Meyer. He can handle himself. I'm just a little mystified like you. I can't quite figure it out. And I think you pretty much nailed what you said right there.
Well, the other thing that I'll add to it, and I said this in my show, and I also written as well, and so I think Urban Meyer was hired at Florida to restore a one-loss record that was unacceptable that Ron Zook had provided, which wasn't what Steve Spurrier had provided. And I think Florida got exactly what they wanted from Urban Meyer. He put their program back amongst in college football, and for a period of time was the best. He made Gator fans feel proud that they could have an argument with fans of the SEC or any other program in the nation, and they wanted him to recruit the best football players. And I thought Meyer was the medicine that Florida fans wanted, and up until that SEC game with the loss to Alabama and financial situation he had, it was very hard, buddy, to find critics of Urban Meyer outside of the media people. A few fans that the access and the comedy of Steve Spurrier was not the same. And now that we have this Hernandez story, now people are questioning the number of arrests that Meyer had. Not that they didn't during the last year, but they only did that when Meyer lost a couple more games and was uncommitted about coming back to Florida. And I'll say this: if you believe that that Urban Meyer is somehow responsible for the actions of Aaron Hernandez, and during the times in Florida that Hernandez got in trouble, you have to hold Jeremy Foley accountable. You have to ask questions about the culture that Foley allowed as coach, because you know far better than me. Nothing happens in anything that without Jeremy Foley's knowledge and responsibility. So if you're blaming Meyer, you ought to be blaming Jeremy Foley. And I'm not so fair, but I'm just saying be consistent if you're blaming Meyer.
Yeah, my partner here, by the way, we're talking now with our special guest, the coach, Mark Daniels from 740 team in Orlando. My partner, Tom Schmidt, has made a great point. Do people hold John McKay accountable for what O.J. Simpson did? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, no. Right, you don't, and you know, someone argue, well, that's different, and you know, you can make that analogy and try to point that out. I just, again, I just really have a hard time. I mean, you know, again, any of the arrests that happened under Will Muschamp, there's a connection to Meyer. It's Meyer's problem, and yet I'm not quite sure that the new Gator media guy that promotes all these draft picks, first round draft picks to Muschamp, give any credit to Meyer, because a few of those recruits belong to him. So we're selective in who's the good guy and who's the bad guy. By the way, I like Will Muschamp. Not a criticism of Muschamp. It's just, and I've said this, and I think you responded, buddy. I don't think there's a coach in the country more disliked for the place that he won multiple national titles than Urban Meyer. I mean, I think LSU fans are over Nick Saban because Les Miles delivered the championship. But I'm not quite sure it's a more comfortable situation than Urban Meyer and the University of Florida.
Yeah, I had one particular guy that used to coach here say to me, well, we'll be glad to drive down to Gainesville and pick up those national championship crystal trophies and take them. They don't want them in Gainesville. You know, so.
No, exactly. No one's giving that back, nor should that have written pieces about the process at Florida, stories on Huntley Johnson, the number of arrests, and some of those same reporters have told me either they or colleagues are back in Gainesville, snooping around more. So, whether Gator fans like it or not, there's going to be more stories about, favors within law enforcement, departments, and why certain charges got dropped. And, buddy, you and I know that happens all across the country at large universities and athletic departments, the favors by attorneys, except no one's doing an investigative reporting on them. But they are at Florida, and as the season approaches, I'm not saying it's a distraction of the football team, but you don't necessarily want those reporters hanging out with lots of time in Gainesville.
I agree, and one more point, Tom, has a question. Is it the funny part about it is I know the person who dealt with the legal issues. It wasn't the guy who handled it on a case by case basis as a lawyer, but was the one who made the connection with Huntley Johnson, and all the behavioral situations came through him, and he dealt with the police somewhat. He was the guy who drove Hernandez to the police station that night. Here's what's funny about it. They felt like the cops had animosity toward the program. They really felt like it. There was a rumor going around at one point, more than a rumor, suggestion that the football team, when it walked across the road right there at the stadium and going to practice, if they didn't take the walkway, they were going to take the football team for jaywalking. I mean, it was a hostile relationship, and yet people think, well, they were hiding things, and it's funny. That wasn't the impression I got from talking to the people who dealt with the police department. Anyway, let's talk real quick about Florida, where it is now. Must champ the program if we'll get back, but first time has a question for you.
Well, I just wanted to ask if it looks like you always hear in box scores, you hear a blooper over the second baseman's head. It looks like a line drive in the box score because of the salaciousness of murder and alleged murder of Aaron Hernandez. Are all the arrests now getting looked at like the line drive in baseball? They're all just as bad as this murder, and that Florida is just a bunch of criminals now, and they're all being equated to murderers.
Well, fair question, and I guess we'll wait and see what some coverage becomes. But yeah, I mean, I think there are people that are going to wonder about every arrest. Yeah, they got a parking ticket, and lots of things like that. And again, fairly or unfairly, those stories are going to come out, and like I said, we'll see if it becomes a distraction. But the thing about Hernandez, I get why there's so much attention, and you guys may have read this, and if people haven't seen it, go read the USA Today. Gary Hannon wrote a piece about Aaron Hernandez and where he came from. And it doesn't excuse any of his actions. Whatever Aaron Hernandez did that led to the execution of someone, he deserves the harshest penalty. But go read about the area that he came from, the housing project that he lived in, because Kevin's piece in the USA Today is fascinating. It talks to people that live in that neighborhood that basically is a gang neighborhood that are upset with Carlos Ortiz, who was turned speech evidence, that is now speaking to police about Aaron Hernandez, and supporters in that neighborhood are for Aaron Hernandez, because after the guy that turned, they want that guy dead. They still think highly of Aaron Hernandez. They think that he's the one that is being fairly positioned by police here. So the guy that is facing murder charges find almost unified support where he grew up. My point is to understand the culture of Hernandez and growing up to the point that there are people that support him despite all of what looks to be the evidence out there, gives you a better idea then, not of what Urban Meyer did in Gainesville, but to understand somebody that would tell you that they're alive today because of the streets that they grew up in. It's difficult for us to understand that perhaps did not grow up with such a troubled neighborhood. And, if we don't take a look at that, then you're not being fair to the story. My point is, long before Aaron Hernandez caught up past the University of Florida, that was a person that saw things that you and I and our years of existence have never seen. And if you don't think that has an impact on people, and then you entitle those people, then I think you're being ignorant to the story. My point is, long before Urban Meyer got him, Aaron Hernandez had trouble. But now, you can say that Meyer make a mistake by taking him on. Well, you want to clean that up. There's a lot of college football programs that can't field a football team.
Yeah, and Ortiz is considered a rat, as you said.
Yeah.
Final question from Mark Daniels. Mark, where are we? I say we, meaning just the Gator fans and whatever, on the program at University of Florida, ahead of schedule, behind schedule, about schedule with Will Muschamp, and what do you see ahead for the next couple of years?
Well, you know, it's a really interesting question, buddy, because I think of where we are. You know, we started this about Urban Meyer. I almost think that the last couple of weeks and months, because of more attention on Meyer, I'm curious what that does to the view of Will Champ. It's almost as if Gator fans rally even more around a guy that I think has done a decent job, but I don't know if you can say, hey, Florida's program is back among the top 5 or 10 of the country like people want it to be. I think Muschamp's put the stamp on a program. I think he's tried to play more of an Alabama style of give me a great defense and let me play ball control and run the football on your throat. And yet I'm not quite sure he has that team yet. Well, Florida's had some success at running back. I think now with some of the young Taylor, Mr. Taylor coming in, that they get more of a power type running game. Listen, Jeff Driscoll, grew up here in Orlando, and I remember seeing Jeff in high school. I don't know if you could say, hey, there's no longer a question mark at that position. I thought, well, Jeff showed promise last year. I think he showed signs of being a young and experienced quarterback. We'll see if another year in the SEC kind of advances that. I'm not quite sure he can pass Florida to win a football game late. So I'm not saying that the jury's out. I think Florida's a good football team. But I think we'll see as the season goes along and a schedule that's got some challenges there. Is Florida among the top third of the SEC? Probably. I think at the bottom part of that third, maybe. I don't think they're middle of the pack. I don't think they're at the bottom of the conference. But I also think now, what's a fair expectation of a Gator fan? Does the Gator fan expect double-digit wins? We'll see. I mean, that's the schedule that, you may get 10 wins. You may also get 8 wins out of it, too.
Mark Daniels, you hear every morning at 7:40 the team. Does it start at 9 or 10 o'clock? Mark, I've forgotten.
9 o'clock. We're up early.
You're up early. Garsh to Jerry, and thanks for being on the show.
All right. Take care.
All right, Mark Daniels. Always interesting. I think he might be the voice of UC. If I've got to ask him about that. We'll take a break, come back. Tom will tell you about what's happening in the golf world. Mr. Golf will make an appearance. And we'll maybe visit the Heisman Trophy candidates for the year with top contenders, and Franz will be here to talk about, probably among other things, Johnny Manziel right here on Buddy Sports Page.
1370 AM, 96.9 93.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The Source.
July is the busiest vacation month of the year, so it's the slowest month in the car business. Our dealership is empty, and it's bumming me out.
This is Chris Spears from Prestige Auto Sales. Here's my plan to have a no-bummer summer. Trade in your bummer clunker today, and I'll give you top dollar for your trade-in.
Don't waste your summer in a car that's a bummer.
Get top dollar for your old car today.
Are you bummed out over bad credit? Don't be. R for the People Credit Approval Process wants to turn your phone upside down and help you get approved for a nicer, newer car.
Don't waste your summer in a car that's a bummer.
Kick your old car to the curb once and for all and get top dollar for your trade-in, regardless of the age, mileage, or condition.
Hurry! This deal ends when we help 47 people get a nicer, newer ride.
I'm Chris Spears, and I'm a dealer for the people.
Visit us at Prestige Auto Sales online at prestigeforyou.com
or call 694-1234. See you at Prestige.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram, CEO of Gateway Bank, inviting you to drop by our main office on Silver Spring Boulevard every Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. for the Community Gazette, a 3-hour show focusing on our favorite community to live and work, Ocala, Marion County. Come join us with the voice of Ocala, Buddy Martin, in the new Fashion Bank radio studio as we discuss a variety of interesting topics on the Community Gazette on WOCA, the Source.
If you need a sign or a banner for your yard or your business or your campaign, I'd recommend you go to Signs Unlimited at 318 South Magnolia in Ocala. Screen printing, embroidery, digital graphics. Do what I did when we needed signs for the Save the Marion Theater Group. Go see Vic Buttermore at Signs Unlimited if you want quality work with a fast turnaround from somebody who is deeply committed to his community and always ready to assist. There's a reason Vic's slogan is, it's our business to make your business better. Sign up for Signs Unlimited. Call 732-7341 today.
Crazy. Some people say insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. I think insanity is 1,000 single-sided, full-color business cards for $15, or tracking service for 50% off. Call me crazy. Green Sheet Printing on the corner of Northeast 25th Avenue and 24th Street, 789-6683. That's 789-6683. yellow signs.
You've got a garden and we've got a show for you. Called You've Got a Garden with your host, Master Gardener Carol Ann Baldwin. Carol Ann answers your questions about your flowers, your veggies, your grass, your trees, even questions about your bugs. And she's only on WOCA, so don't miss Carol Ann Baldwin. And You've Got a Garden each Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. right here on WOCA, The Source.
Phoenix Promotional Solutions, your company supplier of banners, digital decals, yard signs, and magnetic signs. Where you give them approved artwork by noon, the next day by 4 p.m., you pick up your banners, digital decals, yard signs, and magnetic signs. Phoenix Promotional Solutions, 368-2404. That's 368-2404. Don't forget, they do vehicle wraps also. Phoenix Promotional Solutions, 368-2404.
Hi, I'm Russ with Climate Control Mechanical Services, and I want to invite you to tune in every Thursday at 10:30 a.m. to listen for tips and answers to the many questions you may have about your air conditioning and heating for your home or business. The Climate Control Show, every Thursday at 10:30 a.m. right here on OCA, 1370 AM and 96.3 FM, The Source.
Hi, I'm Yvette, and I'm here to tell you a few things about ABC Frederick's Appliance. They sell not only new, but used guaranteed appliances. When you call ABC Frederick's Appliance, they will provide service on what they sell and any appliances that you own. ABC Frederick's Appliance is located in Bellevue, right over the railroad tracks. Call 352-629-5181. That's 352-629-5181. That's 352-629-5181. ABC Frederick's Appliance.
We're back in the voice of Ocala. It's to be expected, Austin. Every now and then the computer don't work for you. Believe me, first time I did this, buddy had me crawling around on the floor at the old studios we used to work at. So don't worry about it. Live radio, these things happen. Right, buddy?
That's what I told you that day.
That's what you told me. You know what happened yesterday? yesterday, buddy. Some great golf happened yesterday.
New name all suddenly
well,
on the scene. They've been around, but not as a winner.
Let's start with the golf in the morning.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me tell you about that guy. I had a dream last night. He invited me to go to a tournament with him. I sat in his box.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
So the Scottish Open yesterday, Phil Mickelson wins the Scottish Open in the tune-up tournament for the British Open. He had a huge crowd there at the 18th grandstand as he won. You know, he even doffed his cap to him as he won. So Phil Mickelson wins the Scottish Open. It was actually a very good Mickelson. He needed 2 putts for par on the 72th hole to complete his win, and he didn't do it in guaranteed style. He was 15 foot out. He put his putt 5 yards, 5 feet past the hole, and had to make a 5-footer coming back. So, but Phil Mickelson shoots 17 under to win
Scottish Open.
Scottish Open. I'm having a block there.
Okay, well, you know what? Here's the thing. He's like the new Tom Watson. Now you watch. They loved watching him over there.
Yeah.
They'll embrace him because he likes the game. He's traditionalist and all that.
Well, you know, Phil Mickelson won his first golf tournament at 20. 20 years old. So did Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, he made a living in Colorado. He won his amateur there. He won 2 internationals out there.
Right.
He's won a bunch of times.
20 years old.
Yeah. Well, he was a protege. Like
that's not good though, because Jordan Spieth wins yesterday's John Deere Classic on the 5th hole of a playoff to get his first PGA Tour victory 2 weeks shy of his 20th birthday. He's the youngest winner on the PGA Tour since Ralph Guldahl took the Santa Monica Open in 1931.
I wasn't there, by the way.
82 years.
Amazing. And did you see the shot at 18?
He out of the bunker from 44 yards. He holed out to get the playoff.
And hold it.
Hit the stick and went down. He said it's the luckiest shot he's ever made in his life. But let's be honest. The final round he turned it in to get to where that one shot can make a playoff. He opened it up 6 strokes out of the lead to go into Sunday. years old, turned pro in December, didn't even have a tour card, playing on exemptions. Now, he's got his tour card, he's going to the British Open, he's getting the FedEx playoffs. By the way, he's finished in the top 10 like 8 times this year, but because he didn't have his tour card, he wasn't eligible for the FedEx Cup. Well, with this win, now he has his tour card. He's eligible for the FedEx Cup. He went from not being in the FedEx Cup, buddy, to 11th.
Wow. I like this kid. I like the way he handles himself, the way he looks, the way he swings the club. I think he's going to be very refreshing face on the tour. Here's something I'm having a problem with. I can't, you know how sometimes I have these ideas and thoughts and visions. I can't get my arms around the idea of who's going to win this British Open. I just don't feel it. I'm not feeling it. I don't know why.
Well, if you had to right now, odds makers like Lefty.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do the obvious. I'm just trying to think, who else is it time for right now? You know? Who is that guy? I mean, Justin Rose would be as good as anybody. But I'm just not.
It would be huge if Justin Rose.
By the time I get to Thursday, where we'll be at our usual place,
Country Club
Ocala, of course, so we'll be playing by then. We'll be doing our remote broadcast out there with Pat Murray and the team. I'll have it in my mind, but right now I'm just blocking it out. I can't get that vibe I need.
You know who I think is going to win the British Open?
You going to tell me today?
No, but I already have a pretty good idea who I think I'm going to
you tell me. I'd like you to change your mind, because not until Wednesday afternoon do we have to really say who it's going to be. But go ahead.
I believe Muirfield sets up because of the 81 he turned in there in 2002, and the fact that everybody's on him about he hadn't won a major since the U.S. Open in 2008.
Ain't happening.
I believe if he uses, if he doesn't use driver, and he does, remember the British Open he won very easy. He hit one iron and 3 woods the whole time. I believe that the number 1 player in the world has something to prove, and I think he may come out on top of this year's Open.
Did I have a bet about this guy earlier this year?
With Tom James. Yeah.
And I think Dave Pingler.
And Dave Pingler, yeah.
What did I say?
That he's not going to win a major.
And what did Pingler say?
That he's going to win a major.
No, 2
majors. Yeah, 2.
So by my math, he's got to win. Tiger Woods has got to win this week and the PGA.
Right.
To be right.
I think he has a better shot winning this week than he has winning the PGA.
Well, I think he'd be good for the game. I don't see it happening. I don't think he's ready to win a major. I just don't think it. But we'll see. We'll take a break, come back. Franz Bird joins us next. We'll talk about Johnny Manziel, other quarterbacks, possible Heisman Trophy winners for this year. Hard to believe he won the Heisman Trophy last year.
Freshman.
Be back after this time out on
1370 AM, 96.3 FM, streaming live at WOCA.com. The source.
Hi, this is Tom Schmitz, the host of Buddy Saturday Sports page on WOCA. The Saturday Sports page is your weekend destination for everything sports, from NASCAR to golf, baseball to boxing, and of course, the best, most comprehensive football coverage on the radio. Also, you don't want to miss my weekly Are You Kidding Me rant? So join me and JJ LaSalva every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. for Buddy Saturday Sports page on WOCA, the source.
Hi, it's Lisa Midget with Kinetic Motion Fitness. I'm looking forward to a fun, healthy summer, and I have a few ideas that might just help you and your friends stay in shape and have fun too, along with awesome personal training and group classes at our warm and inviting fitness studio. We also offer fitness classes at your home or business. And if you're tired of the same old boring cake and punch party, why not let us host a hot new health trend, a fitness party at your home or office? If you're having a hard time getting to the gym this summer because of your crazy schedule, then work out with your friends or co-workers in a private group fitness class, or host a fitness party at your home or office. We will bring you and your friends or co-workers one of our great workouts like Zumba, Pilates, Body Bar, Yoga, Tai Chi, Boot Camp, or Zumba Tonics for kids. We can even help you reach your long-term goals by meeting at your place weekly for an on-location workout. Check out our website at kmfocala.com and like us on Facebook. Kinetic Motion Fitness is located just 5 minutes from downtown Ocala near the Skyline Plaza. Kinetic Motion Fitness. We're ready when you are.
Hi, this is Buddy Martin. Listen to my show weekdays from 3 to 6 right here on the Voice of Ocala, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, WOCA, the source.
This is WOCA, News Talk 1370.
Hello, Joe Martone here for karaoke time. You hear me each morning for the segment of Fun with Joe? Well, fun is what I do. So the next time you want to have a get-together for just about any reason, give me a
I didn't know it rained last
Oh, it didn't. Why do you say that?
because little Johnny's in the backyard playing in that big mud puddle.
Did you leave the hose on?
No, the neighbor borrowed it yesterday.
Wait, is that the side with the septic tank?
Johnny, get out of there!
Having septic problems? At Mike's Scott Plumbing, we can make those septic worries disappear. We can pump your septic tank, repair your drain field, and, if needed, even install a whole new system. At Mike's Scott Plumbing, we don't take crap from anyone. We take it from everyone. 237-2888. Mike Scott Plumbing. If water runs through it, we do.
Hi, this is Brad. I wanted to take a moment to talk about a serious issue. In the next 5 years, the aviation industry is predicted to have a shortage of commercial pilots. Now is the time to start training. Ocala Flying Club has started a scholarship for the youth of Marion County, ages 17 to 24. The club will donate up to $4,000 towards a pilot's license. This will help get the student on their way to obtaining their commercial pilot license. If this sounds like something you would be interested in, or if you know someone that would be, please contact Ocala Aviation Services, 861-7484.
Stay informed on everything going on in the villages with the Village Spectator newspaper. The Village Spectator is exclusively devoted to the villages with news, commentary, and more. And yes, they have Tom's Picks, a free referral for people who are looking for a company to do work for them. Tom's Picks will refer the company that fits your needs, and all we ask is that you tell them where you heard about them. Call Tom's Picks at 804-1223 and pick up your copy of the Village Spectator today.
Now read Ocala Downtown newspaper online.
All right, final segment today on a Monday. Sports page, just reading a story about Selena Roberts, former writer of the New York Times, and Sports Illustrated. She got out of the business, and lo and behold, she found in her mother's things, who was a healthcare provider or worker. She's going through her deceased mother's things, found what is over 7 figures in real estate stocks. So she's a millionaire. Wow. Real quick, Tom, update us on what's happening.
Yeah, I want listeners to know, if you come on, if you go on our station from 6 to 6:30, we will be down for maintenance today. 6 to 6:30, so you may not. There may be some times when you can't hear the station, so it won't be long. They're doing some change out stuff, and so
we're not going down in the basement to work on anything.
No, we'll be off the air.
We're not doing maintenance.
may be off the air
might
for
lose
some time
Clark
during
Howard
6,
for a couple of minutes.
Right.
Driving home.
between 6 and 6.
All right. As long as I get Fran's beard. Wait a minute, I got it.
You got it.
Fran's beard. Hello, Francis.
Good afternoon, buddy.
I thought about you today when I read a story about Johnny Manziel, and of course, as we know, his antics have been a little bit questionable over the last couple of months. Now we're hearing that he left the Manning Passing Academy early. His father said he had dehydration. I talked to John Brantley today, and he said he was there with Driscoll. Brantley was. He said, but he said he didn't see all that much of him. I'll get Brantley's story later on this week. So, is this guy headed for trouble?
Well, it would seem that way, although I will say Tony Barnhart says that his sources at the camp say it would not be fair to say that Manziel was asked to leave. So maybe he was sick. But just the same, he's had an interesting off season, and it seems that his success, let's just say, it may have gone to his head a little bit. It's something we never saw with Tim Tebow, something we never saw with Chris Lake before him. We're used to Florida quarterbacks who are humble, who do things, and I guess maybe they do it different out in Texas.
Yeah, Barnhart, I had this discussion on the show a couple of weeks ago before this all happened, and I liken him to a quarterback of our past in Joe Namath, the Bon Vivant. Now he's Namath didn't do that as when he was in Alabama, although he was suspended for the Sugar Bowl game, where Bryant suspended him. They kicked 4 field goals and beat Ole Miss 12-9 without Namath. But the fact is that he's a playboy. That's what he is, and that's his personality. The question is he so immature that he's going to cost himself his eligibility before it's over? He can go out after his junior year. But I see a trouble ahead for this kid. And I kind of like him. I like his game. I like his flair. But, you know, isn't Texas A&M a military school? How in the world is he going to deal with that?
He brings a flair for the dramatic to the game, and he makes the quarterback position accountable in every way. You've got to keep someone on it, and kind of like what happened with Tebow. that you've got a quarterback that can do so many things, how that opens the field up for everybody else. It cuts off, it means that one double team is off the board. So if you've got multiple playmakers, you're suddenly really, really good. Simply the presence of a guy like that. So you got a guy that's a dynamic playmaker who makes everybody else better just by his presence. The question is, can he keep his head into the game? Can he be the same humble guy that had something to prove last year, or now he proves something? Is he going to go off, totally off the reservation? We don't know that.
Before we get too busy, I got to talk about the Hernandez thing one more time. Have you heard the latest about the Pounces?
Hello?
Are you there, friends? Are you there, friends? I don't know. So we lost
friends.
Hello? I'm here, friends.
We can hear you, friends. Can you hear us?
Go ahead and hang up. We'll have to call him back. All right, friends, we apologize if you're listening to us. You lost contact with us. Just to finish up the story, apparently the Pouncey brothers wore hats that had Free Hernandez on it.
Yeah.
And,
they did.
and Marquise Pouncey, the Steelers, apologized Monday. There was a photograph taken of him. He made a statement. I truly recognize the seriousness of the situation involving my former teammate. I regret that my actions appear to make light of that situation. I apologize to anyone who was offended by my actions, he wrote on a link that was tweeting. So, source told John Clayton on Sunday the Steelers had planned to talk to Pouncey about the photos. So, you gotta forget sometimes these guys are 24 years old, and it definitely comes out in their immaturity. So, this thing just keeps going. It's just a story that just keeps on giving every day. There's something. So we want to thank our guests today, as usual. Dr. Buddy, wait a minute, he wasn't in the studio.
Yeah.
Forgot about that. But we had our sports hour. We had Mark Daniels from 740 The Team. We didn't get him all in today, but we'll hear from Franz again on Thursday. Tomorrow, the Terminators got a bunch of stuff to give away tomorrow. Lots of good programming coming your way, so keep it right here.
And remember, we'll be off the air from 6 to 6:30.
Don't forget, we'll be on remote at Country Club of Ocala on Thursday. Buddy Martin, on behalf of Tom and our Dawson, saying have a great night, everybody.
Dry, itchy, scaly skin. Do you have psoriasis? Consider joining our research study. Rinstar Medical Research in Ocala is conducting a research study evaluating the effectiveness of an investigational combination of two study medications for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. You may qualify if you're between the ages of 18 and 75 and have been diagnosed